Chapter 1258. After Three last woke up, she was in a strange state. Her face was slightly flushed, but she was much quieter, which made Jiang Xiao click his tongue in wonder. If it were someone else, they would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation and retaliate against him for using the blessing. But Three last. Did she just admit it? She didn't retaliate or retaliate. In fact, she didn't even say anything. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao felt a little guilty. What good girl. I can't bully her just because she's a big shot in Star End. Jiang Xiao rarely saw Three last behaving like a submissive little wife. After all, she would only behave that way in front of second last. Today, there was another person who could subdue her. However, to be honest, Three last felt really comfortable. She felt giddy after using the blessing, as if her exhaustion had been washed away. Jiang Xiao didn't really understand Three last's inner state. At this moment, he only knew that he, Jiang Xiao, had stood up. That night, Jiang Xiao turned into a diligent student. Under Three last's careful guidance, Jiang Xiao managed to peel off her ink flower star map bit by bit after an entire night of in-depth communication. In Jiang Xiao's Earth Light Star technique, the number of Nova maps created became 5/9. However, due to the fact that Jiang Xiao had yet to comprehend the ink flower star map, there were no changes to his body and his eyes did not turn black. Jiang Xiao summoned a brand new decoy that was in the Starry Sky stage and had an ink flower star map. He then left it beside Three last. After that, Jiang Xiao returned to the Star Arrival Courtyard in the capital city and returned to the world of the Calamity Shadow to test his Jiao Yang countercurrent light and Jiao Yang sound of silence. However, the effect was not ideal. There was no change in the introduction of Jiao Yang countercurrent light. It was still the same. Throw out several continuous rays of light to allow the connected target to share vitality and star power. From Jiang Zhao's experiment, he learned that the qualitative change period of countercurrent light had already passed, and there were only quantitative changes now. There were more lines, larger water pipes, and faster transmission of vitality and star power. Similarly, the qualitative change period of Jiaoyang quality sound of silence had also passed. Jiang Xiao, who was in the Calamity Shadow world, found a large group of white ghouls and seriously experimented with sound of silence. The effect of silence did not change, and the creatures within its range still could not use their star techniques. Their bodies were also completely frozen and immobilized. However, the range of sound of silence had increased. From its original diameter of 10 meters, it expanded to a diameter of 20 meters. The smallest range was also reduced from 50 centimeters to 20 centimeters. However, the duration was still 10 seconds, and it could be freely retracted. The big ones got louder, and the small ones got smaller. The 20 centimeters diameter of the sound of silence was closer to a single sound of silence. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiao thought that the sound of silence would undergo a second qualitative change and change from an area-type star technique to a direction-type star technique. As long as he threw it out, it would automatically find its way and hit the target's head. Well, it turned out that Jiang Xiao was just daydreaming. While Jiang Xiao was fighting nonstop, the decoy that was left beside Three last was not idle, either. This bait was a late-stage Starry Sky realm big bait. Even if his star map was empty and he didn't have any star techniques for the time being, Jiang Zhao's combat skills made him one of the top warriors in the world. What should I call myself? There was an ink flower star map in front of the decoy's chest, and the petals were fluttering gently. They were lifelike and extremely exquisite. Jiang Mo? Isn't that a little too artistic? Jiang Mo Hua? Isn't that a little too girly? Jiang Mo Hua? More girly, right? However, it doesn't matter. We're all men. Besides, after experiencing Jiang Kelly's wild and unbridled life, he understood that being a woman was actually pretty good. He was sure. The river flowers are redder than fire at sunrise, and the river water is as green as blue in spring. The decoy raised a finger and looked at Three last in front of him. From now on, I'm called. Jiang Sun suddenly said, Jiang Lulan. Three last was speechless. After some consideration, the star sky bait was finally named Jiang Mo Hua. Needless to say, Han Jiangxue was the one who named him. Han Jiangxue was obviously not a genius at coming up with names. She chose the most appropriate name from the list of names that Jiang Shao gave her. It was obvious that she named him after the star map. Jiang Mo Hua didn't resist either. He thought that there would definitely be good consequences if he listened to his sister. Right? It turned out that Miss Three Last did not lie to him. She said that his world would only be left with black and white. 3 days. In just 3 days, under the careful guidance of Three Last, Jiang Mo Hua finally became blind on the 3rd night of his birth. No, Jiang Mo Hua's world was only left with black and white. This world is so unfair. Even if a weapon-type star map was given to you for free, you would still have to be strong if you wanted to turn it into a weapon. If you didn't have the support of the relevant weapon skills, you wouldn't be able to turn it into a weapon at all. However, the difficulty of functional star maps like the Sea-Devouring Soul Star map and the Ink Flower Star map was in the understanding of its functions. That was the simplest and also the most difficult. It was extremely difficult to turn the star map into a weapon because there was a rigid requirement for one's skills. However, as long as one was willing to train hard, one would be able to turn the star map into a weapon one day. It was because one had a very clear direction to strive for. For functional type star maps, such as the Sea-Devouring Soul, did one know what the direction to strive for was? After one found out, one could feel that it was just SOSO after the fact. However, before one knew it, it would be terrifyingly difficult. One could only speculate and forcibly understand it, or if one had a solid foundation and forcefully advanced to the galaxy stage, they would be enlightened by the star map and let it tell them what the specific function of the star map was. In fact, a considerable number of star warriors in this world were forcibly enlightened by the galaxy stage and thus understood the true function of the star map. However, if one comprehended it on their own, it would obviously save a lot of time. For example, when Jiang Shao was stuck at the peak of the galaxy stage, if he hadn't seen the rapid rotation of day and night in the Dragon Cave, and if he hadn't had a flash of inspiration to speculate and figure out the possible function of the 9-star maps, he would still be stuck at the peak of the galaxy stage for a long time. One day, when his body was really going to explode and he had no choice but to advance, Jiang Shao would enter the galaxy stage and the 9-star maps would probably take the initiative to tell Jiang Shao what its function was. However, when would that happen? How long would he have to wait for Jiang Zhao's body to be fully prepared and for the star map to tell him about its function? The unit of measurement would probably have to be years, wouldn't it? At this moment, Third Last had already gone through the most difficult path and told Jiang Shao all the conclusions that she had obtained. It was equivalent to filling in the blanks in mathematics. Third Last tried a total of 100 solutions and calculated on 10 pieces of paper before finally coming up with the only correct answer. She then wrote 8726111742. However, Jiang Shao did not go through the process of trying and calculating it all. Instead, Third Last, who was sitting next to him, handed him a small piece of paper, 8726111742. Star conversion into martial arts. Ink flower. The note of change was in the star conversion into martial arts. Before Jiang Mahua's star conversion into martial arts, everything was still normal. However, after he received the teachings of Third Last and understood the ink flower star map, the ink flower injected a soul into Jiang Mahua. As the information of star conversion into martial arts was transmitted from the internal star map, his normal eyes were instantly filled with black ink, and the entire world became pitch black. Due to the initial discomfort, pitch black ink continuously flowed down from Jiang Mahua's eyes, leaving 2 pitch black tear stains on his face, staining his face with stains. In the end, Jiang Mahua surrendered. He shut his eyes tightly and began his life as a blind man. Although Jiang Mahua was no different from a human, he was still essentially a bait. Once his star power was depleted, he would die too. However, due to the fact that he was in the later stages of the Starry Sky stage, he had a large amount of star power, so there was no need to worry too much. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Mahua had comprehended the profound meaning of star conversion into martial arts. Hence, Jiang Shao, who had returned to the capital a long time ago, had also comprehended the profound meaning. However, due to the fact that Jiang Shao had switched back to the Star Warrior era star map, Jiang Shao was not affected at all, including the other baits that were connected to Jiang Mahua's senses. Jiang Mahua couldn't help but be overjoyed by the situation and burst into tears of excitement. Fortunately, not all of us are blind. If one of us is blind and the rest are blind, what then? We won't be able to continue. The root of everything was the star map. As long as it was not the ink flower star map, the other baits would not be affected. That's enough, Third Last said all of a sudden. Regarding Jiang Mahua's star conversion into martial arts, Third Last was amazed by his comprehension. At the same time, she felt a little lost. Just a moment ago, she thought that Jiang Mahua had already controlled his emotions. However, for some reason, he started tearing up again at this moment. The black ink mixed with a large amount of star power gushed out, which was a waste of the star power in his body. Clearly, Third Last had interpreted Jiang Mahua's trembling body and rapid breathing as the second emotional fluctuation caused by his blindness. However, Third Last had no idea that Jiang Mahua was happy and excited. It was because the other baits would not be affected by the ink flower star map. Jiang Mahua closed his eyes and raised his head with tears streaming down his face. He looked in the direction of Third Last and asked, "Huh?" Third Last stepped forward and gently wiped away the ink on his face with her long and slender fingers. Just get used to it. Don't cry. You used just 3 days to successfully convert the star map into martial arts. You should be happy. Oh, Jiang Mahua scratched his head and continued. It's all because you've taught me well. Well, I'll have to make a trip back in a while to bring the giant sea general's star bead over. Without the star technique of perception, I really can't survive. Third Last hummed softly and continued. You know, the ink flower star map is exactly the same as the ink lotus beasts in the ink swamp region of the Russian Federation. The star techniques of the ink swamp star beasts are the most suitable for you. Jiang Mahua thought about it and agreed with her. Third Last said, you should learn from my mistakes and fill your star slot with Flower Series star techniques. The Flower Series star techniques of the ink swamp region are not only controllable, but also teleportation. They can satisfy your combat characteristics. In fact, teleportation in the ink swamp region should not be called teleportation in a strict sense. Why were there only a few regions in the world that were defined as the production areas of spatial star techniques? Similar to Martha's instant of shattering water, Third Last's ink transmission, and Liu Yang's shadow pursuit, they looked like teleportation and teleportation on the surface, but in essence, the medium was different. Martha did it through water, Three Tails did it through ink, and Liu Yang did it through the shadows that were spread all over the battlefield, flashing freely in the shadows. Those were not considered teleportation or teleportation in the true sense. Jiang Zhao's space-time rift and Han Jiangshue's dark space instantaneous defense were pure space flow and could be considered teleportation or teleportation in the true sense. That was also the reason why Hopkins came to Jiang Shao for help. If nothing went wrong, Hopkins, who started his career in Europe, would probably have the star technique instant of shattered water. Perhaps the effect of his star technique was the same as Jiang Zhao's space-time rift. The speed and distance of his star technique were on par with Jiang Zhao's, but Hopkins could not transcend the shackles of time and space. The nature of those two star techniques was completely different. However, Jiang Mahua did not correct Third Last. Those should appear in the research topics of a PhD for a master's student like Third Last for the time being. Third Last continued. When you enter the end of the star stage and achieve star martial art for the second time, all the Flower Series star techniques in your star map will have different degrees of additional effects. Your Jiang Kelly has accompanied me to Neon, and you've also seen my Black Sakura Sky domain. Jiang Mahua pursed her lips and thought, wait for me to enter the end of the star stage? I wonder how long I'll have to wait. Wait a minute. Jiang Mahua suddenly turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue. Little Jiangxue, open the door. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly. Everything that happened 3 days ago was still vivid in her mind. She waved her hand again and opened the door of the shelter, inhaling. Third Lass subconsciously tensed up. She knew that Jiang Zhao's main body, the toxic healer, was coming again. Third Lass turned around abruptly to look in the direction of the space door. Indeed, Jiang Zhao, who had just returned to the capital a few days ago, was back again. An overwhelming pressure swept towards Jiang Zhao, causing him to jump in fright. With an awkward expression, he looked at Third Lass and said meekly, I'm not here to give you a spa. Don't worry, you. Turn your face away. You're making me nervous. Third Lass did not turn around, and instead continued to stare at Jiang Zhao with a vigilant expression. She didn't know that at this moment, Jiang Zhao had already come up with a bold idea. There was a limit to the number of times he could use the human transformation book in Star Warriors era, but Jiang Zhao discovered a bug. Jiang Zhao had bait. That meant that Jiang Zhao might have an endless supply of Star Warriors era. Chapter 1259. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao summoned another decoy, which had the Star Warrior era star map. The more Jiang Zhao thought about it, the more excited he got. If he were to use the identity of a decoy and use the Star Warrior era to modify the target's body, it wouldn't matter if the decoy's Star Warrior era was damaged or not, because Jiang Zhao could summon another decoy. Would the new decoy have a brand new Star Warrior era? Through this operation, would there be no limit to the number of uses of Star Warrior era? However, it was a pity that although there was no limit to the number of uses of Star Warrior era, each person could only receive the benefits of human body modification once. That's a problem. The decoy, who had activated the Star Warrior era star map, was holding onto a thick book and carefully studying it. Jiang Mahua also walked over and got ready to start the experiment. He still had 3 doubts. Firstly, could the decoy's body be modified? Secondly, would the Star Warrior era that the decoy summoned be brand new? Or was it summoned based on the Star Warrior era that Jiang Zhao had used? Thirdly, after the bait uses the pages of Star Warriors era, will the pages of Star Warriors era be damaged? Jiang Zhao had to verify all of those. Wait a minute. I have to be prepared. At this moment, Jiang Mahua was at Starry Sky level 6. If he could really reach the end of the stars, he would need to have a deeper understanding of the star map. At the thought of this, Jiang Mahua turned to look at 3 Last and said, after the second Star Warrior era, what additional functions did your ink flower have? 3 Last was obviously stunned for a moment. 3 days. I've only been born for 3 days, and I've already begun to study the second Star Warrior era of the ink flower. Is it gonna... 3 Last breathing was a little chaotic. She had been modified by the Star Warrior era and was able to enter the later stages of the end of the stars entirely because of Jiang Zhao. In just 3 days? I've been walking on this path for 14 years, but you want to finish it in 3 days? Third Last and Second Last were of the same age and were both born in 1990. Ever since they awakened at the age of 16, they had been working hard as Star Warriors for 14 years. Suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, Third Tail said, the black ink flower's second star martial transformation has returned to the essence of a star beast and displayed the effect of the black ink lotus beast's first star technique. It has also been greatly enhanced. It could bloom ink flowers on the enemy's body and imprison the target's body. It can bloom under the enemy's feet and seal the target's star power within a certain area. Jiang Mahua nodded silently. So, there are 2 directions of growth. Very good, very clear. With such a top scholar by his side, directly handing him a note, it was simply perfect. While thinking about Third Last conclusion, Jiang Mahua turned to look at the bait who was holding the Star Warrior era. As for the bait, he had also understood it. He made a guess and came to a conclusion. The Star Warrior era in his hand was not brand new, but a perfect replica of Jiang Zhao's Star Warrior era. At this point, Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fortunately, the main body did not use up the number of times it could use the human body modification blueprint. Although there was a considerable amount of wear and tear now, it could still be used, and there were still uses left. Holding the Star Warrior era bait, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After cutting off the sensory connection with the main body, he began to focus on reading the pages of the book. After all, he was going to use the Star Warrior era excessively. Hence, the bait would have to pass out soon. If their senses were connected, he would not be the only one who would pass out. There would probably be a large number of them. A few seconds later, a string of mysterious and strange words flew out of the bait's Star Warrior era and wrapped around Jiang Mahua's body. Jiang Mahua closed his eyes with a sullen expression. 1 second, 2 seconds, Jiang Mahua was overjoyed, and he could feel the surging star power in his body. At the same time, he could feel the continuous increase in his star power realm. He made a guess and came to a conclusion. Bait can be modified. In the distance, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but grab Jiang Sun's arm and look at the scene in front of her with great anticipation. Is my brother going to enter the end of the Star Warrior era? You guys might not believe it, but the original body of the toxic healer is trash. My bait is the real deal. A few minutes later, he fell to the ground with the bait of the Star Warrior era in his hand. Jiang Shao, who had already cut off the sensory connection, hurriedly replaced the bait. Jiang Shao quickly switched back to the Star Warriors era star map, found the page of the human transformation diagram, and checked to see if his Star Warriors era page had been damaged. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. He made a guess and came to a conclusion. Indeed, the page of Star Warrior era was exactly the same as before and had not been damaged at all. Oh my goodness. Me? What a genius. On the other hand, Jiang Mahua, who was not far away, stood quietly in place. Both Jiang Mahua and Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Mahua with anticipation, and Third Last had a rather complicated expression on her face. After all, the person in front of her had completed her 14-year career in 3 days. However, Third Last was overthinking. Jiang Mahua took a deep breath and placed her hands on her hips while shaking her head with a bitter smile. Third Last asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Mahua said, "My qualifications are too low." Still, what about advancing to the end of Star's stage? That's just wishful thinking. At this moment, the transformed Jiang Mahua was at most in the Starry Sky stage level 8. She hadn't even reached the peak of the Starry Sky stage. After the transformation, Han Jiangxue, who had 30 star slots, advanced from the early Starry Sky stage to the late Starry Sky stage. She advanced by at least 6 small levels. That's not even true. After all, Han Jiangxue did not have a specific data display, so her improvement range was between 6 and 8. After the transformation, Third Last, who had 29 star slots, advanced from the early Starry Sky stage to the middle Starry Sky stage. She also advanced by at least 4 small levels. As for Jiang Shao, when he was transformed by Hopkins, he advanced from Galaxy level 6 to level 9. It was only 3 small levels. However, Jiang Zhao's 3 shouldn't be compared to Third Last's 4. When Third Last was transformed, she was in the end of Star's stage, not the lower Starry Sky stage or the lower Starry Sky stage. On paper, her improvement seemed to be only 1% more than Jiang Zhao's, but in reality, it might be 7 to 8% more than Jiang Zhao's. At this time, Jiang Mahua had advanced from Starry Sky Stage Level 6 to Starry Sky Stage Level 8. She was only standing on the threshold of the late stage Starry Sky Stage, waiting to enter the peak of the Starry Sky Stage. Jiang Mahua sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. Perhaps he wasn't used to being blind, so he opened his eyes. Jiang Mahua, whose face was covered in tears, sighed softly as ink flowed out of his eyes. Me? What a useless piece of trash. Third Last was speechless. She wasn't sure if she should go up and comfort him. It was obvious that Jiang Mahua had failed to advance to the end of Star's realm. At this moment, Three Last had mixed feelings. On one hand, Jiang Mahua did not take 3 days to complete the journey that she had taken 14 years to complete, which made 3 last feel fortunate. On the other hand, third last genuinely wanted Jiang Shao to become stronger, so deep down, she hoped that Jiang Shao could succeed. In the distance, Han Jiangxue, who had been watching silently, gently patted Jiang Sun's back. She knew that they were all her younger brothers. So, comforting one would be enough to comfort a bunch of them, convenient and fast. Yes, it's very comfortable, Han Jiangxue comforted softly. Don't be sad about such things anymore. You've already been a star warrior for 5 years. You should be used to it and have accepted it. Jiang Sun was dumbfounded. What do you mean? In other words, the whole world knows that you're a useless piece of trash, so don't be sad about something that has already been established for a long time. Impressive, my little Jiangxue. You're really good at comforting people, you stinky sister. Seems like I've been feeding you too little in the past few years. Jiang Sun turned around, pursed his lips, and smiled at Han Jiangxue. How can a man let a girl look down on him? Are there really useless pieces of trash in this world? No, there aren't. There are no useless pieces of trash in this world. Only people who aren't skillful enough. In the distance, Jiang Shao opened his internal star map and looked at his starry sky stage level 6. He gritted his teeth and threw 40,000 skill points into it. Indeed, it's starry sky stage level 10. It's time for the half-step segment again. This time, it should be called half-step to the end of the stars, right? Strictly speaking, Jiang Shao had been waiting to advance to level 7, because after reaching 7, level 8 was the threshold for the late stage, and level 9 was the threshold for the peak. After that, it would be the final threshold for the starry sky stage to advance to the end of the stars. Hence, no matter what, Jiang Shao would definitely spend 30,000 skill points. It was just a matter of time. Jiang Shao was so impulsive, but in fact, he only wasted 10,000 skill points. However, it doesn't matter. I'm rich. Willful. Isn't it just 10,000 skill points? Jiang Shao looked at his internal star map and saw that he was left with 122,2574 skill points. 22 million? I'm a millionaire. So what's wrong with spending 10,000 yuan? Huh. Back then, Chun Daizai used 20 yuan to win 37 million yuan. Jiang Shao, bet 10,000 yuan on 9-star of the end of the star's bait. It's not a problem at all. I'll ambush Han Jiangxue first. I can't act prematurely. Let's get rich quietly for now. Then we'll give her a super double later. Jiang Shao indeed wanted to carry out the conspiracy secretly, but the commotion caused by his advancement was too huge. This was a terrifying 3 consecutive jumps from late-stage starry sky to peak starry sky to half-step starry sky. 2 small thresholds within the realm, and one was about to break through the realm. You want to hide it? How could he hide it? All of a sudden, the 3 tails Han Jiangxue and the chessboard army in the hailing shelter all looked at Jiang Shao, who was standing alone. The thick star power surged towards Jiang Zhao's body. Third last was dumbfounded. Did he advance to the star power realm? No, something's wrong. If it was a normal advancement to the star power realm, it wouldn't have caused such a small commotion. Jiang Zhao's body was surrounded by a large amount of star power, which looked quite intimidating. But it was nothing compared to the threshold of the starry sky stage. What was going on? 3 Tails could not figure out why such a strange scene had happened. On the other hand, Jiang Shao reset Jiang Mahua, a decoy who was in the same realm as him, who was half-step starry sky. Beside him, another decoy who had been reset and was holding Star Warrior era, flipped open the book again and aimed it at Jiang Mahua. In an instant, everyone watched as a series of star power runes floated out and revolved around Jiang Mahua. Han Jiangxue's heart skipped a beat, and she said softly, "You're he this time." It was Jiang Sun's turn to reach out and pat Han Jiangxue's back gently. Han Jiangxue was speechless. In the distance, 3 Tails' facial expression had also changed. She bit her lower lip and looked at Jiang Shao with a complicated expression. Today was a day full of emotions for 3 Tails. She had never thought that ever since she had made up her mind to enter the holy ground from the lower dimensions, she would have such a complicated feeling in the future. Is he going to use these 3 days to overcome the 14 years that I've worked so hard for? Jiang Mahua's expression changed from one of slight anticipation to one of solemnity and, finally, awkwardness. Jiang Shao had indeed used his skill points to increase his star power realm. However, it was still the data on the interface, and there was no change in Jiang Zhao's star power realm. The only change was the increase in the amount of star power stored. As for the rest, Jiang Shao was still at Starry Sky Stage Level 6, which was hidden, and also Jiang Zhao's true star power realm. Therefore, Jiang Mahua discovered that the star power runes were actually repairing his body, continuously improving his actual star power realm. That's a little awkward. Jiang Mahua was still at the peak Starry Sky Stage, and it was even possible that his true star power realm was still stuck at the threshold of the late Starry Sky Stage and had yet to enter the peak. It was exactly the same as before. Jiang Shao could deceive himself mentally, but he couldn't deceive his body. For a person who had starved for 3 days, even if he hypnotized himself and forcefully brainwashed himself to say that he was not hungry, he could still suppress his hunger mentally, but his stomach would still be empty and his body would still be hungry. He would still die. Jiang Zhao's main body was just a good-looking interface, while Jiang Mahua's was just a glamorous appearance. There was only one way to describe such a person: extravagant appearance. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace. Damn it, I've gone overboard. I've wasted 10,000 skill points for nothing. I have to kill a star warrior at the peak Starry Sky Stage to earn it back. Send it. Send it after buying. Send it happily. Jiang Sun pursed his lips aggrievedly and turned around to hug Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue's body stiffened slightly, and she had clearly realized something. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't push him away. Jiang Sun buried his face in her shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "I'm a good-for-nothing." Han Jiangxue raised her hand and rubbed Jiang Zhao's back. Her voice was unprecedentedly gentle as she comforted him softly. Okay, I know. Chapter 1260. The good-for-nothing Jiang Shao, with his sorrow and tears, left the Ocean Ridge shelter and returned to the Calamity Shadow world to search for star beads. The days passed, and on the 18th of July, the Star Advent Corps mission was finally completed. The World United Star Warriors Association hoped that the Huaxia Star Army would once again head to the European continent to carry out missions and appease the wave hunters in the Atlantic Ocean. Upon receiving the news, Second Last immediately darted to Jiang Zhao's office without putting on any airs like a leader. Jiang Shao wondered if she had been holding it in or couldn't wait to feed the members of Planet Conversion to the fishes. Second Last threw a stack of documents on Jiang Zhao's desk and said, "Your Prince Bino has completed the application." Jiang Shao, Jiang Kelly, blinked and sat behind the desk, looking up at Second Last, who had suddenly appeared. She frantically exclaimed, "Xiao Dao, quick, bring tea to Chief Shou." Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "The higher-ups have approved the Xinglin Army's operation this time." Although Second Last had great authority, she still had to get the approval of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies before she could go on missions abroad. Second Last glanced at Chen Lingtao, who was rushing over with a cup of tea. She said, "Let's set off now." Jiang Shao couldn't help but smirk and say, Okay, let's go now. The sooner the sea was unsealed, the better. This world had developed to this point and was already considered a community. Every minute and second that the sea was sealed off was a great harm to the entire world. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "In that case, there's no need for a large-scale expedition. After all, we're going there for a peace talk. Besides, our troops are land creatures, so there's no advantage in the sea." Second Last said, "Sure, let's go together." Jiang Shao said, "I'll take a few people with me. Even if they don't do anything, it'll still be a highlight of their lives as soldiers. After all, this is a worldwide crisis." Second Last asked, "Who is it?" Jiang Shao said, "Wu Yao, Liu Yang, Kai Yao, Ember, and Wu Shaojing from the Apprentice Army." Second Last said, "You know how to groom your own people." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, What are you talking about? Are my people your people too? Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao, haven't we already started on the new Ghost Monk Legion? With this mission as a foundation, these apprentice armies will be able to quickly distinguish themselves. It's just nice for them to enter the Star Beast army and be their assistants. Second last glanced at Chun Lingtao, who was standing beside her motionlessly with a cup of tea in his hand. She gestured to the desk, after which Chun Lingtao hurriedly placed the teacup on the table and hurried out of the office. As he walked, Chun Lingtao silently complained in his heart, "My leaders are abnormal." Commander Luan was standing, while Deputy Commander Jiang was seated, making it seem like Second Last was reporting to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "I'll bring a few bodyguards with me to serve you tea and water. If it's just the two of us, we'll be like two commanders without an army. I'll have to serve you tea and water." Second Last was suddenly tempted after hearing her words. Maybe he really shouldn't have brought anyone else. On the afternoon of the same day, Second Last and Jiang Shao led a team of 10 apprentices from the Starlin Army and boarded the plane to the Sima Kingdom. In reality, the Worldly Waves were a family. Negotiating with the Worldly Waves clan in the North Atlantic Ocean was the same as negotiating with the Worldly Waves clan in the Pacific Ocean. The unique sound-type star techniques, high intelligence, and racial unity allowed the wave chasers to share information with each other in a timely manner. They also advanced and retreated together. However, it was after all a world-class mission that the Sima Kingdom had repeatedly requested for. Besides, the wave chasers in the middle of the Pacific Ocean had to be found on the spot, but the Sima Kingdom was different. They had been keeping an eye on the wave chasers. After a long 10-hour journey, the Special Starlin team arrived at a city in the south of the Sima Kingdom. It turned out that it was easier to get things done with personal connections, not to mention that it was official business. Prince Bino directly commandeered the civil airport of the coastal city and personally led a team to welcome Jiang Shao and the others. The plane landed slowly on the runway. Jiang Shao also saw a group of people who were there to welcome them through the window, led by Prince Bino, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and his noble and elegant sister, the princess. "Sit properly," Second Last said all of a sudden. She even knew what Jiang Shao wanted to do, as if they were telepathically connected. Jiang Shao looked at the group of apprentices and said righteously, "We're overseas now, and we're representing China. Stay calm later." Everyone was speechless. In fact, before Second Last spoke, Jiang Shao had already planned to get off the plane in a flash. As the plane came to a stop, everyone got off the plane and heard the clicking sounds of camera shutters. However, they weren't as crowded and noisy as the Western reporters. They reckoned that those reporters were probably hired by the royal family. "Hello, respected lady," Bino said politely as he looked at Second Last, who was getting off the plane. "Hello." Second Last nodded. "Huh." Jiang Shaofa, facing Jiang Shao, who was behind Second Last. Bino suddenly opened his arms and hugged Jiang Shao affectionately. He then patted Jiang Zhao's back forcefully. "Kacha." "Kacha." Jiang Shao tried his best to control his expression. Amidst the sounds of camera shutters, he raised his head and pursed his lips into a smile at Prince Bino. Second Last also realized that it was not purely a mission, at least not for the Sima Kingdom. On the runway of the airport, beside the plane, the Sima Kingdom held a small press conference. Jiang Shao didn't know who the official was, but the first few words of the other party were filled with gratitude to the World Star Association and the Chinese Army. However, the rest of the content was all self-commendation. It showed that the Sima Kingdom was trying its best to facilitate this matter and was working hard to contribute to the country and the world. After half an hour, the welcoming ceremony finally came to an end, which made Jiang Shao feel terrible. As soon as Jiang Shao got into Prince Bino's car, he couldn't help but complain. "Did you invite me here to carry out a mission or to put on a show for the royal family?" In the spacious limousine, Second Last, Jiang Shao, Prince Bino, and Princess Sophia sat opposite each other. "Huh." Bino chuckled nonchalantly and leaned over to pull out a bottle of red wine from under the small table. "I'm very sorry. Princess Sophia suddenly apologized to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the elegant princess with long hair. He couldn't help but ask, "I heard that you've become an advisor to the king?" Sophia smiled elegantly and said, "I'm just staying by my brother's side and giving him ideas. I don't have any official position." She might not have an official position, but she might have immense power. Sophia's elegant and noble demeanor suddenly changed, and she said with a hint of reproach, "You promised to go to the bottom of the sea with us during the World Cup." Jiang Shao felt his scalp go numb, not because of the look in Sophia's eyes, but because of second last gaze. I accidentally entered the alien ball. Hey, stop opening it." Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. He looked at Bino, who was opening the cork of the wine, and reached out to straighten his ocean blue shirt. "How can I drink with you here? Let's carry out the mission now." Bino was stunned for a moment and said, "Carry out the mission now? You're tired from the journey. Don't you want to rest for a day?" Jiang Shao was exasperated. "Rest my foot. Hurry up and carry out the mission. The sooner, the better. It's best if we go to the sea now." Upon hearing this, Prince Bino frowned slightly and said, "Jiang Shao, that's not right of you to think that way. We can only complete the mission better if we rest well and maintain our state. The premise of carrying out the mission is to ensure our own safety, isn't it? You're now the property of all mankind." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Me? The property of all mankind? All right, it's fine as long as it's not a legacy." Jiang Shao said, "We've already rested for 10 hours. We're ready." Second last spoke up too. Her hoarse English voice was very magnetic, and it sounded like she was watching a movie. "If possible, carry out the mission as soon as possible." "Okay." Sophia immediately nodded and said, "Let's board the ship." Jiang Shao asked, "Are you coming with us?" Sophia nodded and said, "Don't worry, Xiaopi, we're just providing help. We definitely won't disturb you. You can treat us as your teammates, just like we did in the underwater city previously." Compared to Bino's accent, Sophia had clearly put in some effort. At least, her Mandarin accent was very standard. Sophia changed the topic and seemed to be trying to shut Jiang Shao up. "I told you before that we opened the book in the underwater city. Are you really not curious about the contents?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I'm curious. What's written in it?" Sophia did not beat around the bush and simply said, "It's the story of a team of human star warriors who fought in the European continent and finally established a kingdom. Due to the fact that it has been soaked in seawater for too long, some of the pages are difficult to read, even though the material of the book is special. However, that's the general story. After the mission is over, come back with me and I'll take you to read it. You'll definitely be very interested." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Oh." With a faint smile on her face, Sophia said, "Do you still remember the 6 huge statues we saw in the pantheon of the underwater city? And the statue of the young scholar who's holding a book everywhere?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao nodded gently. I remember it too damn well. The scholar who was holding the book even appeared in front of me. However, the young scholar back then had already become a white-haired old man." Sophia said, "The book records the story of him leading the team to conquer the world. I can tell that their story should have taken place in the alien sphere. It's really hard to imagine that they discovered and went to the alien sphere decades ago. They're probably the first batch of Star Warriors in this world. A group of people who have made great achievements in the alien sphere." Jiang Shao nodded silently. What kind of person was Sophia? She looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment and said, "Xiaopi, you don't seem to be interested?" "No. I mean, you're not as interested as I thought you were." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Because I've seen the people in the book." Sophia was dumbfounded. Prince Bino had just poured a glass of wine, but his arm shook and the wine spilled all over his body. Sophia's eyes widened slightly, and she asked with a burning gaze, "You've seen them? Are they still alive?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I don't know if the others are still alive. However, I've seen the scholar who's holding the book." Sophia leaned forward and pressed Jiang Zhao's arm with one hand. She suddenly transformed from a noble and cold princess into a crazy fangirl. She asked, "You've seen their leader?" He's... Jiang Shao frowned slightly and looked at Sophia's abnormal behavior. He seemed to have realized something. She was a cold and aloof person. At least her identity allowed her to act this way. At this moment, Sophia's reaction was almost equivalent to that of an ordinary girl who was screaming and fanatical about her idol. Jiang Shao interrupted Sophia's question and said, "If you read that book, you should know what kind of person he is." Hearing this, Sophia was slightly taken aback. What kind of person? What kind of person was a person who conquered the European continent? Without a doubt, this was a decisive, monarch-type character who would perish if he resisted. If he was not such a person, Sophia would not be so obsessed with him. Jiang Shao said, "It's enough for this kind of person to appear in history books and be admired by people across the river of time." Jiang Shao could feel Sophia clenching her fists tightly on his arm. He said, "You don't want to get to know him, nor do you want him to appear in front of you." As he spoke, Jiang Shao gently patted the back of Sophia's hand and said, "Sophia, you are now someone who can influence an entire country. Don't be too obsessed with such a person. If you have to choose an idol, then the best idol in the world is sitting in front of you." Sophia was speechless. Of course, Jiang Shao had the right to say such things, but given his identity, he should not say such things. Sophia was extremely intelligent, and she could tell that the emperor who conquered the other world in the book might have a deep grudge with the toxic healer on Earth. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would not have such an attitude. All of a sudden, Sophia looked at Jiang Shao in a daze as her heart trembled violently. Even though Jiang Shao was already an unparalleled existence in the eyes of the world. However, when a young man in front of her was mentioned in the same breath as the great emperor of Europe in the history books, Sophia was still not mentally prepared. At the side, Prince Bino wiped the alcohol off his body and watched this scene. He felt so comfortable that it was even more comfortable than drinking a glass of cold soda on a hot summer day. That's right. That's how I should educate her. I should teach her a good lesson. I should tear apart her cold, noble, and insufferably arrogant appearance. Damn it, I can't beat her in this lifetime. But there's finally someone who can control this damned woman. Ahem. Second last suddenly cleared her throat. Sophia snapped back to her senses and retracted her hand calmly. She then sat up straight and regained her usual elegance. She smiled at Jiang Shao apologetically and said, "Forgive me for being reckless." Bino was displeased again. "It's that damned face again. I've really seen enough of it." Bino rolled his eyes and looked at Jiang Shao. He then said something that he had been keeping in his heart for a few years. Bullsh asterisk T. "Do you still not have a girlfriend?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. You. Jiang Shao stared at Prince Bino for a long time before saying, "Are you going to scold me again?" Chapter 1261. As the plane arrived in Sima Kingdom, the apprentices finally relaxed. Why? It was because the atmosphere in the plane had been extremely depressing during the past 10 hours of flight. The 10 Starlin apprentices who were selected for this mission. Honestly, they were all familiar with each other. Even though they had never spoken to each other before, they were all top contestants of the younger generation, and they all knew about each other through the media. The apprentice army felt as if they were looking at someone from a TV show. However, no one dared to chat on the plane at all. Even Liu Yang, who was the leader of the bandits and second in command of the thugs, was sitting upright and obedient. It was because second last had been sitting at the side with her arms crossed and her eyes closed for a full 10 hours. That also resulted in nearly 10 hours of silence. The only sound in the air was the rumbling of the plane. The apprentices weren't very sure if it was a show of strength from their leader. If Jiang Shao knew what they were thinking, he would probably rebuke them. Is second last deliberately showing her strength to you guys? She's always been like this. The group of apprentices kept quiet out of fear. They were exactly the same as Jiang Shao in the past. When he first followed second last, Jiang Shao was also extremely obedient and didn't even dare to breathe heavily. There was reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether you're a young talent or a halo or a glory, you guys must be blind for daring to come to Starland. Just wait and see. With such a leader, we're going to have tough times ahead. Under the lead of Prince Beano and Princess Sophia, the Starland army boarded a small cruise ship that was surrounded by several escorts. However, they weren't military-level escort ships. After all, they were Star Warriors and not the combat system of ordinary human society. After setting sail, the apprentices had tough times again. The Starland army was stationed on the second floor of the small cruise ship. The apprentices were asked by Second Last to be vigilant and stand guard to control the environment on the second floor of the cruise ship. Liu Yang didn't feel anything about standing guard, but the key was that he couldn't speak, which made him feel suffocated. Liu Yang's post was arranged in front of Second Last lounge, perhaps intentionally or unintentionally. The Tianjin thugs were completely listless and couldn't get violent at all. They didn't seem to have any intention of rebelling at all. However, there were some benefits to standing here. After all, the cruise was a small one and the lounge on the deck was not large. Standing at the door, Liu Yang could secretly hear the conversation between Jiang Xiao and Second Last. I've understood the new star map. Jiang Zhao's soft voice came from inside the house. Liu Yang's perception was not weak. He tried his best to block out the sound of the surging seawater around him and pricked up his ears to listen. Second Last asked, "What star map?" Jiang Xiao said, "Cross-star map." Liu Yang thought to himself, "Whoa, good heavens, why are you studying other people's star maps? Who is he planning to plot against?" Second Last said, "The effect." Jiang Xiao said, "You know, it's equivalent to being immune to magic." Liu Yang, TSK. Whose star map is this? Awesome? Immune to magic attacks? It was said that the returning star god, Senior Hiyun, had a very powerful star atlas. Could this cross compare to the orange bell cover? In the house, Second Last nodded and consciously changed the topic. The prisoners are all in the space. Jiang Xiao answered, "Of course. Including the big shield that you captured in the alien ball, there are a total of 10 star conversion members, 7 corpses, and 3 living people. All of them are there. We haven't found the remaining 2 star conversion members yet." Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, "Good heavens, that's impressive." Second Last said, "They can't run away." Liu Yang, "That's for sure," Jiang Xiao said. "Are you going to feed them, or should I? Why don't we give them to Prince Beano? He has long planned to feed the star conversion members to the fishes. Let him feed them for us." Liu Yang, "Whoa, interesting," Second Last said. "It doesn't matter. Everyone on the ship is one of us." Liu Yang, "Take a look." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "That's true. The Shimar royal family is very prideful, and the apprentice army is under you. No one would dare to spread the news." Liu Yang, "That's true. The 2 of them were chatting inside, while Liu Yang was cheering them on outside. What should I do? I can't suffocate myself to death. If you don't allow me to speak, I'll have to find something to talk about myself." Second Last said, "Go and release the humming whale." A few seconds later, Jiang Xiao pushed the door open and walked out, only to see Liu Yang standing at the door. Jiang Xiao strode forward and stood on the deck, grabbing the railing with one hand and reaching into the air with the other. Buzz! The sound of a whale roaring filled with joy could be heard. "Go and see if there are any members of the wave chasing clan nearby." Jiang Xiao yelled. Buzz splash! The big fish plunged into the sea, and the rolling waves spread in all directions, causing the small cruise ship to rise and fall along with the waves. Jiang Xiao turned around and leaned against the railing before waving at Liu Yang. Liu Yang was still cheering him on in his heart, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned and point at his nose. Jiang Xiao nodded matter-of-factly. Liu Yang walked forward with a look of bewilderment. "Huh?" Jiang Xiao said, "I have nothing to do anyway. Let's chat for a while." "Wow, you're the one who told me to chat. Don't regret it." Liu Yang stepped forward and said softly, "I accidentally overheard you. Are you planning to feed the captured planet transforming star to the fish?" Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "I have to be punished for making mistakes. Because of their organization, all of humanity has suffered. Feeding them to the fish would be too good for them. Let's not talk about this first. What plans do you have for the future? Lu Yang blinked and said, Future? Didn't I come to star arrival? Jiang Shao said. Wu Yao mentioned that he wants to return to Great Ming Dynasty and join the newly established Ghost Monk Legion. Do you have any thoughts? Lu Yang asked, Do I still have a choice? Jiang Shao imitated Lu Yang's tone and said, Then stop talking nonsense. I'm here. Lu Yang immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, Man, you're loyal. The ghost monk in the alien ball. How strong are his martial arts skills? If I train with them, will my martial arts skills improve tremendously? Jiang Shao was amused and said, I have a few personal disciples who can beat you up. Lu Yang thought, meow, meow, meow. Huh? Jiang Shao still wanted to say something, but he suddenly turned around, and an image appeared in his mind from the humming whale. It was a scene of hundreds of killer whales approaching quickly. The humming whale had done a great job. With a single whale roar, it had lured the enemy over. The big fish only looked similar to the killer whales on Earth. In essence, they were star beasts, wave-chasing whales of the wave-chasing clan. Among the groups of black and white wave-chasing whales, there were even a few pure white beluga whales, wave-chasing whales of the wave-chasing clan. The group of cute creatures that looked like white whales were named wave-chasing whales because of their white and chubby appearance. Second last, Jiang Shao said while putting on the sea-devouring robe. Okay. Second last opened the door and walked out, after which she looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao suddenly grinned and said, Damn, it seems that they really hate us. If the humming whale didn't explain for us, these guys would have really blown up our cruise ship. Second last said, After all, the methods used to force and enslave them are rather cruel. Wearing a cloak, Jiang Shao floated up and looked into the distance. After a while, he saw a group of black and white figures that were spraying water columns and leaping up from the surface of the sea. Are they really just giant pandas? This group of wave-chasing whales is just a miniature version of the humming whale. They had the same black and white skin and the same wavy patterns, except that they had 2 fewer dorsal fins than the humming whale. Besides, their tails were not as good-looking as the humming whales. The tail of the humming whale was purely heart-shaped and much better-looking than the fan-shaped tails of the wave-chasing whales. On the first deck, Bino and Princess Sophia also walked out and saw the churning sea in the distance. Puff! A large fish suddenly dashed out. Compared to the wave-chasing whales that were 8 to 10 meters long, the humming whale seemed to be extremely large. Sophia could not help but reveal waves of envy in her eyes. Back then, the few of them encountered the large fish in the deep sea, but it chose Jiang Shao. In the end, Jiang Shao brought it out of the underwater city and rushed out of the water. He then let it swim towards the night sky. To their surprise, it returned to Jiang Shao after a few years. In fact, the princess and the prince did not know that the humming whale had never left Jiang Shao. How could it return? Soon, hundreds of killer whales surrounded the small cruise ships. The dorsal fins on the surface of the sea lit up. If it weren't for the fact that they were pure black, they would have thought that they were sharks. Hello, guys, Jiang Shao said while standing in the air. Buzz, the large fish that swam slowly in the air, was dripping water droplets that shone brightly under the noon sun. It was extremely beautiful. With the sound of a whale's cry, the killer whales that surrounded the cruise ships did not stop swimming. Instead, 2 white and chubby white whales popped their heads out of the sea. They stared at Jiang Shao, who was standing in the sky, and also saw Bino and Sophia on the first deck, as well as second last, who was standing on the second deck. The white whales let out a shrill cry that was rather ear-piercing and did not match their size. Jiang Shao said, The humming whale has already explained to you that this is a misunderstanding, right? That evil organization doesn't represent all of mankind. Buzz, at the next moment, an image appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell silent. The feud between the wave-chasing whales and the wave-chasing whales and the humans was no longer limited to planet conversion. As star beasts, they had almost the same appearance as the white whales and killer whales on Earth. At this moment, The message that the white whales were transmitting was translated by the humming whale. It was a scene of humans hunting and killing killer whales and white whales. This time, it was no longer a misunderstanding. That was what humans did and had been doing all this time. Jiang Shao could not defend himself at all. Jiang Shao lowered his head and looked at Bino and Sophia on the first deck. Seems like there's no misunderstanding between us and them. With a look of surprise, Sophia asked, "Would you like to explain it to me?" Jiang Shao said, "These highly intelligent star beasts have classified the white whales, killer whales, dolphins, and other creatures on Earth as their own kind. There are no traces of human activities in the star beasts, so they only resent the Planet Conversion Organization. However, ever since they came to Earth, they have seen humans hunting a large number of Earth creatures that look the same as them. So, they're prepared to protect their people who don't have star techniques." All of a sudden, Princess Sophia was dumbfounded. In that case, there was really no misunderstanding to speak of. Humans were indeed capturing them wantonly. A small portion of them were used for performances and tickets in aquariums. Most of them were used to slaughter, eat, and make various products. Jiang Shao looked at Second Last and said, "I can't complete this mission." Second Last nodded silently. It was hard to imagine that she would hear Jiang Shao say something like that in her lifetime. "I can't complete this mission." What was even more unbelievable was that Second Last actually accepted it. Buzz. Jiang Shao frowned deeply after hearing another humming sound of the whale. "What did it say?" Bino asked frantically. Jiang Shao said with a helpless expression, "The wave chasers are considered one of the overlords of the ocean. They're all diamond and platinum star beasts. The most important thing is that they live in the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. The buzz whale just said that they will gradually expand the area of activity of the wave chasers and will no longer just stay in an area far away from land. They will appear in the 4 oceans and have already united the star beasts in various regions to get closer to land." Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, "They're not just going to protect their people who don't have star techniques, but all the creatures in the ocean." Prince Bino stared at Jiang Shao in shock and asked, "They want to completely take over the ocean, not allow humans to enter?" "Chirp!" The white whale chirped again, its voice clear and bright. "Buzz!" Jiang Shao nodded with a sullen expression and said, "The message is very clear. All human activities in the ocean must be stopped." Prince Bino exclaimed, "That's impossible. How dependent were humans on marine resources in today's society? The ocean provided more than just food, medicine, and transportation. The exploitation of various minerals, oil and gas, as well as energy, could almost be regarded as the lifeline of a country. It was indeed impossible for human society to stop all activities." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. He was not afraid of the wave chasers who could not get on land. Instead, he was worried about the true overlords hidden in the deep sea. Take the humming whale, for example. If it weren't for Jiang Zhao's company along the way, and if the humming whale had first come into contact with the wave chasers, it would have most likely joined the ocean's camp. In fact, if the buzz whale chose to join the wave chasers now, Jiang Shao wouldn't have anything to say. After all, they were a family with a common home. The Phantom Sea Clan, Burning Sea Clan, Sea Demon Clan, and Sea Demon Clan that were hidden in the deep sea could all set foot on land. The wave chasers had already succeeded. They had already united the star beasts in various regions and expanded the area of patrol and protection. They wanted to prohibit humans from setting foot in the ocean and protect their home. Hence, war was inevitable. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally understood what the catastrophe that the stone carver, old Jiang Shao, meant. It didn't happen on the mainland, but on both the land and sea sides. Chapter 1262. World-level wars could not be fought on a whim, nor could they be stopped on a whim. Once the arrow was fired, there would be no turning back. What was the proportion of land on Earth? What was the proportion of the ocean? How many marine creatures had yet to be discovered by humans? What direction would this world go? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao sighed deeply. He tried to speak up. Shall I send you and your clansmen, as well as all the marine star beasts, to another world? There are no humans there who will bring you trouble." The humming whale transmitted the images of the Savage Clan, the Rainbow Clan, the Ghost Monk Clan, and the other star beasts living in peace and contentment to the wave-chasing clan. Clearly, the white whale's answer was, no, Jiang Shao could kill them. It was just 100 wave-chasing clan members. Jiang Shao, who had unsealed all his star techniques, could do that now. However, given Jiang Zhao's character, he would never do it. Besides, once Jiang Shao took action, his actions would be spread all over the oceans in a short period of time. War was inevitable, and Jiang Shao definitely didn't want to be the fuse that ignited the World War. Love? Whoever takes the blame can be blamed. This crime can be borne by all humans, but it can't be pinned on me. I can't afford it. Jiang Shao looked down at Second Last and said, "There's nothing to talk about." Second Last nodded silently and said, "Let's go back." Jiang Shao opened the space door, reached his hand in, grabbed a person's ankle, and pulled out a corpse. Jiang Shao looked around at the dorsal fins that were swimming around the cruise ship and said, "I have nothing to defend myself for the fact that humans captured and killed your clansmen who don't have star techniques. However, the Star Transformation Organization tortured and enslaved the wave-chasing clan. That's the personal behavior of the evil organization. I can't do anything about the former. As for the latter, I've already captured them for you. As for star conversion, we're even." Jiang Shao then threw the corpse of a member of the Star Transformation Organization into the sea. Buzz, along with the humming whales singing, the hundreds of killer whales that were constantly rotating around the cruise ships were really boiling for a moment. Not to mention the Star Beast killer whale. Even if it was a normal killer whale, how strong was its combat ability? When they thought of ferocious marine creatures, the word shark would appear in most people's minds. However, sharks could be played to death by killer whales. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, a large carnivorous dolphin like the killer whale was the true king of the sea. It had almost no natural enemies or opponents. This was a group of highly intelligent, organized social animals. By analogy, they cannot be called a pack of wolves living in the ocean. Instead, they should be a group of Siberian tigers that cooperated in the ocean and had a clear division of labor. Since they are carnivores, you can imagine what it is like when they are eating in the churning seawater, streams of blood spread. In this frenzied act of tearing apart, they were courteous to each other, allowing their companions nearby to get a share. The contradictory scene made Jiang Shao feel a little disappointed. Even humans might be blinded by hatred when they were seeking revenge, and they wouldn't care about anything else. However, the wave chasers were still rational and highly organized despite their crazed behavior. Bino looked up at Jiang Shao, who was feeding them, and asked, "Is there a need to do this?" Jiang Shao casually threw a star transformation corpse to Bino and said, "That's a different matter. I completed the mission not for others, but for myself." As Jiang Shao and Bino continued to feed them, the corpses of the Star Transformation members soon entered the stomachs of the wave-chasing clan. Streams of blood filled the sea, and the scene was rather bloody. After throwing away the corpses, Jiang Shao said, "Let's go back. Chirp, chirp." Amidst the cries of the wave-chasing clan, the human cruise ship gradually sailed away and returned to land. On the other hand, Jiang Shao opened the internal star map and threw 90,000 points into the humming whale's Sea Dream star technique. In an instant, Sea Dream star technique went from Diamond Quality Level 1 to Star Quality Level 0. The humming whale also switched from being connected to a specific target to being able to connect with 3 targets mentally. Under Jiang Zhao's silent request, the humming whale also chose 2 members of the wave-chasing clan to connect mentally. On the way back, everyone was in a sullen mood. The current situation had already exceeded their capabilities, and they had different perspectives and positions. Hence, they naturally had different considerations. Jiang Shao and Second Last were thinking about how to protect the long coastline of China from the perspective of the Star Arrival Army. On the other hand, Sophia was really worried about the country and the people. 2 hours later, on the silent cruise ship, Jiang Shao suddenly flashed and arrived at second last's room. Second last was sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning forward and resting her elbows on her knees while lowering her head to ponder about something. Sensing that someone was approaching, second last raised her head abruptly, only to see Jiang Shao nodding at her. At the next moment, second last felt her vision blur, and she quickly changed from a sitting posture to a standing one. She then stood steadily on the surface of the sea. Second last had the star and sea demon amphibious ability. Even if she were to stand on the surface of the sea, she would be able to step on some water droplets and fly into the sky. In a rainy environment, second last could fly directly into the sky, which had the same effect as Jiang Zhao's tear domain. However, second last did not have the perceptual effect of the tear domain. "What's the matter?" second last asked as she landed firmly on the surface of the sea and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "You have to complete the mission." Second last seemed to have realized something. Previously, Jiang Shao had thrown out all the corpses of the Star Conversion members, but he didn't throw out the 3 living ones, the man and woman on the horse, as well as the Star Conversion shield. Second last initially thought that Jiang Shao had changed his mind and wanted a mecha, but it seemed that he had other ideas. Throwing corpses was acceptable. However, throwing a living person into the mouth of a killer whale didn't seem to be appropriate in front of everyone. Jiang Shao said, "The humming whale helped me call them over." Jiang Shao then opened the space door, and at the next moment, the man on the horse was pushed out. Jiang Shao grabbed a young man who was wearing star power handcuffs. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao was too close to the star power handcuffs, his space door closed at the same time. However, with the help of the sea devouring robe, Jiang Shao still floated steadily on the surface of the sea. "Stop! Stop! What are you doing?" However, Jiang Shao smiled. It was rare for him to feel a little better, which was rather rare. It could be seen that Jiang Shao and the wave-chasing clan had the same hatred towards the Star Organization. Jiang Shao pinched the back of the neck of the man on the horse and brought him closer to his eyes. He then whispered into his ear, "Translate for me. What do you mean by surprise?" The young man on the horse was dumbfounded. While speaking, Jiang Shao lifted his body, adjusted his direction, and pointed to a place not far away. The expression of the young man on the horse changed, and he began to struggle violently. In his line of sight, on the distant surface of the sea, there was a pitch-black dorsal fin surging towards him. No, you can't do this. You don't have the right to do this. You can't do this to me." The young man on the horse yelled angrily while kicking his legs in panic. "I can't do this to you." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Look at me." He clearly did not mean for the young man on the horse to see Jiang Zhao's face, but rather for him to feel Jiang Zhao's behavior. "Look carefully and see if I can do this to you." Jiang Shao immediately threw the young man on the horse out. Plop! Amidst the screams, blood began to spread in the sea. Jiang Shao opened another teleportation portal, but this time he opened it beside second last, who was a few meters away. Behind the portal, Pegasus Woman was pushed out by a single hand. Second last was quick to react and grabbed the woman's neck before lifting her up into the air. She was still standing steadily on the surface of the sea. The amphibious sea demon star technique was similar to Body of Steel, Endurance, and other star techniques. They were all purely passive star techniques that were added to one's physical attributes and could not be sealed by the star power handcuffs. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao while holding the woman in her hand. "How considerate. Please don't do this. I beg you, Mom. Help, is there anyone? Help." Second last frowned slightly and thought to herself, "The woman in her hand is really noisy. Back then, when you kicked a commoner girl to death and crushed her spine, you didn't even give her a chance to beg for mercy." As second last clenched her fists, the female mastiff was strangled and she could no longer breathe. She could no longer wail and shriek miserably. In the distance, a group of killer whales popped their heads out of the sea and stood vertically in the water, staring at second last. Take revenge if you have grievances. Take revenge if you have enmity. In the future, we might be in two different camps, but now, at least at this moment, we have the same mentality. While thinking about it, second last casually tossed, the people of the wave-chasing clan who were sitting in a row and eating fruits in front of her were like dumplings in a pot. Unfortunately, compared to their size, the food was not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Behind the door, another astral shield was pushed out. Compared to the previous two, this one might be a little uncomfortable, but that wasn't what second last had to consider. She held onto the astral shield and threw the criminal who had long suffered a mental breakdown out. Jiang Shao closed the space door and said, "It's almost time." "Okay." Second last sniffed and took 2 steps forward. She then stood beside Jiang Shao and asked, "What's the final outcome?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know, it's hard to imagine." As he spoke, the surging seawater gradually calmed down. A white and chubby white whale suddenly swam over and popped its head out of the seawater in front of them. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before squatting down. The white whale opened its mouth, and there were 3-star power handcuffs in it. Jiang Shao picked up the 3-star power handcuffs with one hand and gently patted the soft head of the white whale with the other. He said softly, "Wish us all good luck." The white whale chirped and dived into the sea. A few seconds later, hundreds of dorsal fins floated on the surface of the sea and left quickly. Buzz, the humming sound of a whale came from beneath their feet, and the humming whale emerged from the water. Its spacious back could be considered an island as it lifted Jiang Shao and second last up. Jiang Shao handed the star power handcuffs to second last and took a few steps away before opening the space door further away. After second last threw the handcuffs in, the sound of a whale humming could be heard. All of a sudden, second last and Jiang Shao fell silent. The image transmitted by the humming whale was written in black and white, which was carefully translated. "Thank you, my friends. Don't set foot on the ocean or get close to the coastline again. Perhaps one day we will coexist in harmony, but that idealized and beautiful future requires sacrifices of life and blood. The next time we meet, we will be enemies." Second last sighed softly and said, "The humming whale learned a lot of vocabulary from you." Jiang Shao said, "I've never felt that I'm smarter than it." Second last nodded silently. Very few star warriors in this world could own a star pet of such a level. On one hand, one had to be strong enough to match such a star pet. On the other hand, star warriors also had to have a sincere heart. The most terrifying thing about the humming whale was its star technique, Sea Dream, which could connect with a star warrior mentally. It was very difficult for the humming whale to disguise and deceive people. It could sense a person's inner thoughts in the most direct way. How many top-notch star warriors could be recognized by the humming whale? Second last felt that it would be difficult for her to be recognized. The reason why the humming whale loved her so much was because of its master. It loved her because of its master. Jiang Shao had relied on his sincerity to be able to bond with the humming whale to this point. Second last said, "I wonder how many other creatures like it there are in this ocean, where wisdom and strength coexist. When wisdom developed to a certain level, it would undoubtedly be a tricky existence." It was no exaggeration to say that the humming whale could destroy a coastal city on its own. A tsunami of that level would be equivalent to a natural disaster. Jiang Shao said, "I hope it's the only one. Let's go back and report the situation." Now, they could only report it to the higher-ups. There was nothing else they could do. In Jiang Zhao's career, there was no mission that he could not complete. Today, Jiang Shao encountered his first failure in his career. To put it bluntly, Jiang Shao had failed, which meant that all of mankind would encounter a major setback. After all, at Jiang Zhao's level, he was the strongest and last fortress among the human star warriors. If he couldn't do it, no one could. Jiang Shao put away the humming whale and returned to the cruise ship with second last. Previously, Princess Sophia had invited Jiang Shao to read the history book, but after experiencing such an incident, she was no longer in the mood. Second last, and Xinglin Jun didn't have the mood either. As soon as they returned to land, They boarded the plane and returned to China. Besides, she only boarded the plane symbolically. After the plane took off, Second Last made arrangements and asked Jiang Xiao to bring her back to the capital. She immediately looked for Yi Zhizhong for a meeting and contacted her superiors. Although Second Last had asked Jiang Xiao about the final outcome of the war in the North Atlantic Ocean, she knew the answer better than Jiang Xiao did. However, she probably knew the answer better than Jiang Xiao did. Second Last had never thought that she would experience such a catastrophe in her limited life. In just one day, the battles between people and organizations, and even between countries in her heart had all fallen into a disadvantageous position. Now, it was time for the final battle between the sea and land to decide the survival of the race. Chapter 1263. The second half of July was spent in conflicts between land and sea. That situation affected the operations of all aspects of the world. Not only were the countries and the Star Warriors affected, but even ordinary people could not escape. Fishermen, for example, no longer dared to go too far into the ocean to fish. Long-distance and deep-sea fishing projects had also been put on hold. No one dared to disbelieve it because those who did not, without exception, would not be able to return. Besides, that was only one aspect. There were more and more important aspects that had been affected, and the losses caused were immeasurable. Of course, that had already violated the interests of a large number of groups. At this point, the corporations, organizations, and even some countries that relied on the sea for their livelihood were led by the officials to order the Star Warriors to escort and protect the exploitation of marine resources. A huge battle finally broke out on August 2nd. In North America, an offshore drilling platform in the Gulf of Mexico was attacked. The more terrifying thing was that because the wave chasers had no prior experience, they simply destroyed human buildings that should not have appeared in the ocean. Hence, during the destruction, the oil well at the bottom began to leak due to the improper operation of the wave chasers. That was undoubtedly a huge pollution to the ocean. The wave chasers were completely infuriated. The large companies and entrepreneurs of the United States were equally infuriated. All of that money was wasted. It didn't matter if the people died, but it wouldn't do if the money was gone. The battle completely broke out, and North America set up a joint escort team to patrol the deep sea and search for the wave chasers. However, on August 5th, a few squads of Star Warriors flew back to the United States in a sorry state and recounted in detail how their team members were cruelly eaten by a group of killer whales. They also told how their fleet was detonated by a sonic wave star technique. Due to the fact that the fleet that went to sea to enforce the law took the route of the Star Warriors, there were only hundreds of them. However, only 12 of them returned. That was just one incident. If the battles that took place in the four oceans at the beginning of August were counted, it would be a situation where there were many conflicts. The war had already entered a stage of full outbreak, but the current battlefield was still in the ocean. The Star Arrival Army had been under a lot of pressure recently. In fact, every military in China was under a lot of pressure. On one hand, Huaxia was not a landlocked country. It had a long coastline to protect. On the other hand, the neighbors inland were not very good, so they needed to send a large number of troops to guard the inland border. Under such a premise, Jiang Xiao was duty-bound to establish 3 new Star Beast armies. Yinyang Soul Warriors, white-faced dancers, and a small number of obedient book souls walked out of Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World and arrived on Earth. They were all from the dancing soul city of the Calamity Shadow World. The Ice Prayer Forest Tribe in the land of Liaodong was personally led by the Ice Prayer Forest Tribe's chief. They led the Ice Spirit Tribe, the Ice Demon Tribe, and the Ice Sealing Tribe out of the Shadow Calamity World. In the past half a year, the Ice Praying Forest had almost unified the entire Liaodong region of the Calamity World. They were just worrying about not having a new target, and the god of creation, Jiang Xiao, had sent them a new target. Coincidentally, the Birch Forest Tribe and the Ice Praying Forest Tribe were in a similar situation. Under the orders of the chief of the tribe, Baru, the savage tribe sent out a 1,000-man army. There were 1,000 of them. The appointment of positions within the Star Advent Army underwent another round of adjustments. The five-tailed I Ching Shun, the six-tailed Gu Shi, and the seven-tailed Xia Yan had just become the deputy commanders not long ago. At this moment, with the establishment of the new Star Beast Army, they achieved a rapid promotion in their career as soldiers. The few who had just withdrawn from the South America's Ba Federation and North Africa's Sahara Desert received orders to lead the Star Beast Army. The Star Advent 5th Regiment, Ghost Monk Army, was led by I Ching Shun and stationed in Daman. There were many people accompanying them. Among them were the hidden boss Bai Jiang Shao, Lu Yang, Kai Yao, and Wu Yao, who was eager to return home. The Star Advent 6th Regiment, Ice Race Army, was led by Gu Shi and stationed in the southwest coastline of Liaodong. Among the people accompanying them were the hidden boss Bai Jiang Shao, as well as Ember, Wu Shaojing, and the others. The Star Advent 7th Regiment, Dancing Soul Army, was led by Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue as her deputy. Accompanying them was the Bai Jiang Shao. They rushed to Ludong Land and led the soldiers of the Dancing Soul City to help the human Star Warriors guard the coastline. In fact, there was a special elite team of the Chessboard Army under the 7th Regiment, Dancing Soul Army, led by Han Jiangxue. However, there were not many of them, and due to their biological characteristics, they were not enough to form a team. The Star Advent 8th Regiment, Savage Army, was led by Hu Wei. He was officially promoted and stationed at the border of Beijiang Land. At the same time, the four-tailed Hai Tianqing took over Hu Wei's position in the army of apprentices and assisted Zhang Songfu. Songlan's position was not changed either. She remained in the capital and brought Yuan to a safe place to grow. The Star Advent Army began to operate quickly, but Jiang Shao did not slack off either. In the past 20 days, he had finally upgraded all the star techniques in his internal star map, except for blessing and decoy to scorching yang quality. It wasn't that he didn't want to farm blessings and decoy, but Jiang Shao dared not hunt white ghoul witches anymore. He understood the principle of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. In fact, in the end, Jiang Shao even resumed his business as a matchmaker. If he discovered that there was only one white ghoul witch in any of the white ghouls, Jiang Shao would immediately take off its pants and see what gender it was. Then, he would search around and catch a partner of the opposite sex for it. It felt like he was allocating a partner. As for Jiang Zhao's other star techniques, Bell, Imprint, Nostalgia, and Dawn, they had already undergone a qualitative change and there were no major changes. What was worth mentioning was that the radius of Nostalgia had increased from 100 meters to 150 meters for Candle Moon, and now to 200 meters for Scorching Yang. The magnitude of the increase was simply unimaginable. On the surface, it seemed to be just a quantitative change, but how much of the battlefield could it cover with the additional radius of 50 meters? At this point, only Blessing and Decoy were left among the 8 star techniques that were holding him back. Jiang Shao had also made great progress in the use of the star map. As early as mid-July, when Jiang Shao and Second Last went to the Sima Kingdom to carry out a mission, he had already studied Wai Lisabeth's cross star map. Before that, Jiang Shao had also studied the portrait star map of Aging Star. So, after the mission failed and he returned from the Kingdom of Sima, Jiang Shao went straight to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. He found Hua Xing and his wife, who were waiting for him in the City of Hope. He spent a whole day to take down a couple star maps bit by bit. Cross star map, portrait star map. On Jiang Zhao's earthly light star technique, the number of star maps created at the back had also increased to 7/9. Among them, the portrait of the aging star turned into a star and brought Jiang Shao quite a surprise. When he used his main body to experiment with the star transformation martial technique, a surprising scene appeared. Star martial technique, peak of life. When Jiang Shao cast the star martial technique, the information given in his internal star map caught him off guard. The name of the portrait star map turned out to be Peak of Life. This name is rather impressive. What made Jiang Shao even more dumbfounded was that the peak of life, star marshal technique, turned the aging star cultivator from an old man in his 60s back to a young man. Jiang Zhao's star marshal technique turned him from a 20-year-old young man to a young man in his mid-20s. It was not easy to tell his age, and Jiang Shao could only give a rough estimate. He should be between 25 and 29 years old. Others are getting younger and younger, but why am I getting older and older? So, 25 to 29 years old is the default age of a human star warrior according to the internal star map. In that case, I'll have to grow for at least another 5 years before I'm considered to be at my peak. As for why Elizabeth's Holy Cross star map, Jiang Shao felt very comfortable for a while. Even in the days that followed, there was a series of bad news, such as conflicts between the sea and land, as well as world turmoil. Whenever Jiang Shao remembered that he had the Holy Cross star map, he would feel more confident. That was true immunity to magic. It was not a joke. Only the purest star power could hurt Jiang Shao. He was completely immune to star techniques. In fact, even the second-hand star power that was released in the form of a star technique could not cause any harm to Jiang Shao at all. It was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The Holy Cross, just like the ink flower star technique of Three Tails, was a star map that should not exist in this world. Let's rewind the time back to late July. An uninvited guest had arrived at Han Jiangshue's hailing shelter again. Three Tails, who was teaching Jiang Mahua, looked at Jiang Shao with a vigilant expression. Star martial technique, Holy Cross. When Jiang Shao was experimenting with the star map, he also discovered why Elizabeth's bad taste. Back then, during the battle with star conversion, why Elizabeth used the star martial technique to make people carry a huge cross on their backs, just like the crucifixion of Jesus. After Jiang Shao obtained the star map, he discovered that the Holy Cross was similar to I Ching Chen's safety buckle. There was no need for it to become so huge and be carried on one's head or on one's back. He could totally turn the Holy Cross into a necklace or a pendant and hang it in front of his chest. Jiang Shao tightened the Soul Devourer around his body and hid the small Holy Cross. He then said to Three Tails, "Come on, try to control me." Upon hearing this, Three Tails asked calmly, "Are you sure?" Jiang Shao sneered in disdain and glanced at Three Tails with an infuriating expression. "I'm no longer the wastrel I used to be." Could Three Tails spoil Jiang Shao? The answer was no. Whoosh, a black ink flower bloomed on Jiang Zhao's chest and the clothes of the Soul Devourer. However, while Three Tails was staring at him in bewilderment, Jiang Shao actually reached out and plucked the flower from his chest. PSSST. The black ink flower was crushed into a puddle by Jiang Shao, which flowed out of the gaps between his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Jiang Shao looked at Three Tails with a smile and gradually began to emit the aura of a demon king. Three Tails stared at Jiang Shao in shock, seemingly thinking that the Soul Devourer had helped Jiang Shao block the effect of the star martial arts. She waved her hand again. There was an ink flower growing on top of Jiang Zhao's head. At the next moment, Three Tails' eyes widened slightly, and her expression gradually turned from bewilderment to astonishment. Jiang Shao was still not restrained, and under Three Tails' gaze, Jiang Shao slowly took a step forward. Besides, the flower on top of his head was getting faster and faster. "La la la la, I'm a flower that walks freely." Jiang Shao shook his head slightly and let the ink flower sway on his head while humming in his heart. He was in an extremely good mood. In the past, Jiang Shao had finally overcome the huge mountain of star martial arts that could threaten his life. Jiang Shao walked towards the dumbfounded Three Tails and reached out to pluck the ink flower from the top of his head. Jiang Shao smiled and picked up the black flower in his hand before returning it to Three Tails affectionately. Here, with his backhand, it was truly a super doubling of strength. I recommend my friend's book, The Primordial Times Are Coming. Platinum Guru's new book is of guaranteed quality. Top. Chapter 1264. Bad News. There's bad news coming from the seas around the Iceland nation. They've almost lost control of the coastal waters. When the Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean were at war, no one thought that the first to land would be the Arctic Ocean's chain clan. Be careful. This world, Andromeda, is here. Heavenly punishment is here. Jiang Shao, Jiang Kelly, sat in the office and looked at his mobile phone with a frown. On August 8th, the news completely blew up on the internet. It could be said that it was so overwhelming that it couldn't be missed. In today's society, it was definitely not a trivial matter for a country to be invaded. Although the Iceland nation did not fall, the 7-meter-tall female giants that were wrapped in layers of chains floated out of the sea and landed on land. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is your national defense fake? Well, of course, with the efforts of the highly intelligent and organized wave chasers, all the countries with coastlines were gradually losing control of the sea, let alone the Iceland nation. Jiang Shao clicked on a video, only to see that the screen was shaking violently, followed by people's panicked shouts. In the video, there was a chain resentment astral beast, commonly known as Andromeda, that was extremely difficult to spot. They had curly brown hair, and although they were naked, their important parts were covered by the layers of chains. One after another, huge heads emerged from the sea and approached the mainland step by step. At this moment, the quiet fishing village was in complete chaos. The huge Andromeda swung the chains around with a cold expression on her charming face. They didn't seem to be unfamiliar with killing or repulsed by it. In the sea, the wave-chasing clan's cries could be heard. Perhaps they were cheering for the Andromeda constellation, or perhaps they were using their voices to scan the terrain of the battlefield. Oh my God, it's actually Andromeda. Why? Don't they live in the reef area? Why are they attacking our fishing village? A horrified voice could be heard from the video, which should be from the person who filmed it. The camera was still shaking left and right. In the end, the person who filmed it was clearly too busy to take any more shots. He turned around and ran, but he let out a scream. Ah! Miserable screams were accompanied by heavy muffled sounds. The photographer fell to the ground, and the phone also fell to the side. The phone that was shooting from the sky couldn't see the tragic death of the person, but the horrifying scream was enough to make people's hair stand on end. After a few seconds, in the sky, a gigantic Andromeda constellation with chains in its hands slowly floated past. She stood proudly in midair and stretched out a hand. In the next moment, a chain ball appeared in the sky. Chains shot out in all directions like a dense spider web, sweeping in all directions. After the short video ended, Jiang Shao took a deep breath and placed his mobile phone on the desk. Although this was only a remote and sparsely populated fishing village, the impact it brought was extremely significant. This was the first time since the calamity that the star beasts of the ocean faction had attacked the mainland. Judging from the other party's actions, there was no room for negotiation in this war. Killing, for the commoners, might be very far from their lives. However, it was a common occurrence for star warriors. At the same time, it was a common occurrence for the star beasts. He could tell that the fishing village had been slaughtered. In fact, when the star warriors arrived, all sorts of human buildings were wrapped in chains, and the ground was covered with spiky chains. Countless corpses were wrapped around the chains and lying in pools of blood. It was a scene of purgatory on Earth. It was comparable to the scenes of humans slaughtering killer whales, beluga whales, dolphins, and so on. Jiang Shao had the honor of seeing the Andromeda clan in Hope City, which was at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. At that time, the Andromedas were enslaved by the Planet Conversion Organization and became guards. In front of Jiang Shao, the domineering Andromedas did not have much room to display their abilities. They were blasted into Jiang Zhao's world of calamity by various space doors and water cannons. However, there was only one Jiang Shao in this world, and there was only one Planet Conversion Organization. Although the Planet Conversion Organization was insignificant in front of Jiang Shao, second last, and the others, the Planet Conversion Organization was a god-level organization according to the standards of the Star Warriors in the world. It had only been less than 2 months since the fusion of Earth and the alien ball, and the Star Warriors on Earth were still at the peak of galaxy. At this juncture, there had yet to be a large number of Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage. The wave-chasing clan had indeed chosen a very good time. If it were to drag on for a few more years, it would be hard to say if batches of Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage would emerge. Jiang Xiao raised his head and looked opposite him. A figure appeared in front of the desk and was looking down at him. "What's the mission?" Jiang Xiao asked frantically. Second last had a complicated expression on her face, and she looked at Jiang Xiao silently. After a long time, she said, "You saw what happened in Iceland." Jiang Xiao said, "Yes, the situation isn't optimistic." Second last said, "Fortunately, it's not China." Hearing this, Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and thought, Second last has a big perspective. She shouldn't say such things. Second last said, "It's a good thing for you at least." Jiang Xiao asked, "What do you mean?" Second last said, "The Dragon Cave is open." Jiang Xiao held his breath and exclaimed, "Dragon Cave? Opened? How did it open? Why did it open?" With the fusion of Earth and the abnormal ball, there were no more upper and lower dimensions. Hence, there was no such thing as a dimensional space. The countless dimensional doors in the world have all been closed. Why are you the only one who opened them? Are you special? Oh, yes, you seem to be special. Dragon Cave. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly, and he thought, so the Dragon Cave is not an abnormal ball or a projection of the upper dimension, right? The portal of the Dragon Cave is unique. It's different from all other dimensional doors. Jiang Xiao had traveled all over the world, and all the dimensional space gates that he had seen could be called gates without exception. However, the entrance of the Dragon Cave was not in the form of a door. Instead, it was more like the entrance of a tunnel that was terrifyingly small. Even when entering the Dragon Cave, he couldn't walk in. He could only leap in parallel to the ground, Second Last said. The situation is tense now. Although the soldiers patrolling the waters near China have yet to send back any news of the battle, I can't leave as the patriarch of the Star Descent clan. Besides, the higher-ups have also appointed you to explore the secrets of the Dragon Cave. Jiang Xiao asked now. With a solemn expression, Second Last said, "Yes, now. Fundamentally speaking, the fusion of the abnormal balls caused the dimensional spaces in the world to disappear, but the Dragon Cave has reopened. There must be something abnormal about it." That was indeed the case. In the past, the Dragon Cave was mysterious because of the mysterious natural phenomena, the distinct terrain, the rapid rotation of day and night, and the powerful star beasts. However, at this moment, when the dimensional spaces in the world had disappeared, the Dragon Cave was still open. That was enough to prove that the upper dimension of the Dragon Cave was definitely not an abnormal ball. That undoubtedly gave the Dragon Cave the most mysterious veil. The Dragon Cave might really be a key that could lead people to understand the secrets of the world. However, Jiang Zhao's face was so bitter that he looked like a steam bun. He said, "Do we have to explore the secrets of the Dragon Cave now? You've seen it. The Ocean faction has already begun to invade China. Iceland is the first shot fired by the Ocean faction. Needless to say, it won't be long before Huaxia will also be dragged into this battle." Second Last simply looked at Jiang Xiao quietly and said, "You're appointed by your superiors. You know very well who our superiors are." "Yes." Jiang Zhao's mind raced, and he asked, "Leader, did you receive any news?" Maybe not," Second Last said in a low and emotionless voice. Second Last's voice was low and emotionless. "Remember, we're soldiers, and it's our duty to obey orders." With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao nodded silently. Second Last said, "Bring your team members and go." Hearing this, Jiang Xiao frowned again. He organized his words and said, "My team members have just taken over the various Star Beast armies not long ago. Given the current situation on Earth, it's best not to move," Second Last interrupted and said, "Go early and come back early." Jiang Xiao rebutted Second Last's words, which was rare. Although Second Last was his superior in name, she was different from his other superior. Jiang Xiao could play tricks on her. He said, I won't bring my team members with me. To put it bluntly, my team members will slow me down in exploring the Dragon Cave. I'll just bring my mecha. Okay. Second last murmured and finally nodded under Jiang Zhao's expectant gaze, because she knew what Jiang Zhao's true abilities were. Putting Martha and Jiang Kelly aside, the Huashan couple alone were much more useful than the rest of Jiang Zhao's teammates. Although second last agreed to Jiang Zhao's request, she spoke again, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Zhao's, Jiang Kelly's, perception was not to be trifled with. He frantically asked, what's wrong? Second last said, you've recovered your strength now, and the Dragon Cave won't cause you too much trouble. I'm not worried about that. However, this time, your mission is no longer to hunt for star beads, but to explore the secrets of that mysterious space. Second last then took a step forward and placed her hands on the desk. She then leaned over and looked at Jiang Zhao with an intense gaze. My only request for you is that once the Dragon Cave collapses, you must quickly flash to the entrance and return to Earth. Do you understand? Jiang Zhao nodded with a solemn expression and said, I understand. Second last stared at Jiang Zhao for a long time, and Jiang Zhao didn't look away either. She slowly extended her hand. Although her arms were long, the desk was rather large. Jiang Zhao cooperated and leaned forward with his elbows on the desk, allowing her to rub his head with her palm. What should I do? She's my cat, so I have to spoil her. But then again, spoiling her was mutual. Just now, second last accepted Jiang Zhao's rebuttal and agreed to explore the Dragon Cave on her own without bringing anyone who would be a burden. Jiang Zhao knew why second last was behaving like that at this moment. Going to the Dragon Cave to hunt for star beads and exploring the end of the Dragon Cave were two completely different tasks. Jiang Zhao didn't know what was at the end of the Dragon Cave, and he reckoned that it might be a fantasy paradise. His superiors insisted that Jiang Zhao carry out the mission now, perhaps because, for a country, especially a huge country like China, such high-level information was definitely of strategic significance, and they had to fight for it. If they could really crack the secrets of the Star Warriors world, China would undoubtedly be at the forefront of the world. At this moment, Jiang Zhao could only speculate. Second last pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and combed his short hair. She suddenly said, since you've gone to the Dragon Cave, put away, Jiang Kelly. Jiang Zhao lowered his head and thought about it before opening a space door in the middle of the office. The original Jiang Zhao walked out and waved his hand, after which a decoy Jiang Zhao stood beside second last. All of a sudden, there were 3 Jiang Zhao in the office. Jiang Zhao said, the decoy is a cross-star map. Enter your space. On one hand, we can exchange information with you. On the other hand, if you participate in some high-level battles during my exploration of the Dragon Cave, I can protect you too. Second last stood up straight and turned around to look at the decoy beside her. She said in a hoarse voice, he should be by your side. Jiang Zhao smiled and cooperated with the decoy by looking at second last from the front, side, and back. He said, it's okay, I have a lot of decoy. Besides, forget it. Second last turned around and looked at Jiang Zhao, who was standing in front of the space door. What? Jiang Zhao waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. It's okay. Second last frowned slightly and said sternly, speak. Jiang Zhao smacked his lips in discomfort and hesitated for a long time before saying, I have many versions of myself, but there's only one of you. All of a sudden, the office fell silent. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao and squinted her eyes, making Jiang Zhao feel flustered. He could only comfort himself and think, it's okay. I have a holy cross. Besides, I heard that Jiao Yang Great Endurance is more compatible with the Holy Cross. What second last compared to me? She's just a silly sister. All of a sudden, second last stretched out her right hand and grabbed the neck of the decoy beside her. She then waved her left hand and opened the space door of her Calamity Shadow. She then threw the decoy, Jiang Zhao, into it. After doing all that, second last disappeared in a flash without saying goodbye at all. Jiang Zhao looked at the empty room and couldn't help but purse his lips. Women, I didn't even use any strength. Why did you flee? Chapter 1265. The Dragon Cave. It was a place that had been with Jiang Shao throughout his career. The Dragon Cave used to be a supreme and mysterious existence to Jiang Shao. If he was not careful, he would lose his life there. As time passed, as Jiang Shao became more powerful, the Dragon Cave became less dangerous to him. However, the only thing that remained the same was the mysterious veil it was wearing. Until now, no one knew why the entrance of the Dragon Cave was not like a gate, but more like a tunnel entrance. Why was there a variety of terrains in the Dragon Cave, mixed but distinct? Why did time flow so quickly in the Dragon Cave and allow a person to experience the cycle of day and night in just a few minutes? In Jiang Zhao's opinion, he had a huge doubt about this place. It was because in his Star Warriors era, there were a total of 5 pages of illustrations of the Fog Dragon, Crystal Dragon, Hidden Dragon, Star Dragon, and Imprisoned Dragon in the Dragon Cave. The last page was written in mysterious text and did not turn into an illustration. When he flipped to the last page, it was the illustration of the star beasts of Zhongji Land. That also meant that although Jiang Shao had entered the Dragon Cave thrice, he had yet to see all the creatures in the Dragon Cave. There was also a mysterious dragon creature that Jiang Shao had yet to encounter. Second last had always been swift and decisive, and Jiang Shao wasn't inferior to her either. As soon as he received the news, he called the office of the person in charge of the Dragon Cave base, Xiao Bo. After communicating with Chief Xiao Bo, he entered Xiao Bo's office in a flash. At this moment, Xiao Bo was sitting behind his desk, holding the phone and listening to the busy tone on the other end. Before he put down the phone, he felt a blur in front of him. That kid is here. Xiao Bo had a deep impression of Jiang Shao. He had been stationed in the Dragon Cave for many years, and the Tail Feather Brigade was the first team to conquer the Dragon Cave. Among the team, Jiang Shao was the only one who had truly conquered the Dragon Cave. Xiao Bo was more like the lobby manager of a hotel than the second-in-command of the Dragon Cave. There were all kinds of Star Warriors and soldiers who came and went. Xiao Bo sent off batches of ambitious comrades and welcomed back batches of wounded warriors. Such a cruel and sorrowful scene was finally broken by the appearance of Wei, Feather Brigade, and Jiang Shao. Until now, Xiao Bo still did not know Jiang Zhao's true strength. After all, he was only the lobby manager, not the tour guide. When they first entered the Dragon Cave to explore, the Tail Feather Brigade transferred an elite team, a total of 10 people. The second time they entered the Dragon Cave, the members of the Tail Feather Brigade were reduced. The third time they entered the Dragon Cave, the Tail Feather Brigade only sent out a small team of 4. For the fourth time, the Tail Feather Brigade. No, the Star Advent Army only sent one person, Jiang Shao. Xiao Bo had mixed feelings. He had been stationed here all his life, and he knew how many heroic souls had been buried here. Finally, a great Chinese Star Warrior had arrived, a young man who could go to the Dragon Cave alone and pass the test. Who knew how those loyal souls and skeletons would feel? Perhaps he would be very pleased. Sir, Jiang Shao looked at the absent-minded Xiao Bo and could not help but remind him. Xiao Bo hurriedly stood up. When they met again, Xiao Bo was still the same Xiao Bo, but Jiang Shao was no longer a lowly soldier. Jiang Shao said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go down directly." Of course, Jiang Shao hoped to return as soon as possible. The current situation in China was critical, and a battle was about to break out. Jiang Zhao's existence would undoubtedly be of great help to China. "Let's go. I'll bring you down." Xiao Bo did not stand on ceremony. He knew that the mission was urgent, so he personally brought Jiang Shao down. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Dragon Cave base did not withdraw. In fact, the soldiers of the Russian Federation did not withdraw either. Some soldiers even thought that they would do useless work there and stay together for the rest of their lives. However, they did not expect the Dragon Cave to open again. Under Xiao Bo's lead, the journey was smooth. Jiang Shao once again arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Cave and saw the familiar small space door again. Jiang Shao nodded at Xiao Bo and leaped straight in. In an instant, the familiar feeling returned. It was quiet at the entrance of the space door. There was snow, wilderness, grassland, and desert at the intersection of the four terrains. Jiang Shao raised his head and shielded his eyes with one hand while the dazzling sunlight shone on his face through the gaps between his fingers. In the sky, the sun that was hanging right above their heads was rapidly moving to the west. Not long after, the sun would set in the west. So, what exactly is the secret of the Dragon Cave? Jiang Zhao's eyes were slightly red. The scene of the blue sky, white clouds, and the scorching sun in the sky were quickly covered by dark clouds. Soon it began to drizzle. Jiang Shao waved his hand and put on the sea-devouring robe. At the same time, he deliberately activated his star technique, and the range of the field tears continuously expanded. Jiang Zhao's perception also expanded continuously. During the first 3 times they entered, Jiang Shao and his team were focused on how to obtain the dragon race's star beads and dragon eggs. Now, Jiang Zhao's gaze was clearly no longer focused on that. Instead, it landed on the word exploration. So, where would the secret of the Dragon Cave be? Is there an end here? In his perception, Jiang Shao flashed an inner grassland. Jiang Shao, who had no clue, had no choice but to choose a direction based on his preferences. Compared to the wilderness, snowy mountains, and deserts, Jiang Shao clearly preferred grasslands. Logically speaking, that was the territory of the Star Dragon. Even in the dangerous Dragon Cave, the Star Dragon was considered the top creature. However, all of that was no longer important, was it? After searching aimlessly for a long time, Jiang Shao even felt that he was wasting his time. He had once spent 4 to 5 months flying around the upper dimension of the snowfield in the form of a one-eyed crow. Do I still have to flash around the Dragon Cave? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao had an idea and thought, why don't I choose a direction and flash around? Will this mysterious Dragon Cave be like the upper snowfield? In ancient times, Quafu chased after the sun. Today I, Jiang Shao, seem to be able to chase after the sun too. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao adjusted his field tears again and again. The field tears of the scorching yang quality could really achieve the desired effect. Anyone's star technique, rain of tears, would cause the sky to be covered with dark clouds and make it hard for one to breathe. However, Jiang Shao had created a rain of sun. Under the faint clouds, the fiery red sun quickly set in the west. The sky was clear, but there was a drizzle. Jiang Shao also identified the direction in which the sun was setting and quickly flashed away. Of course, he couldn't keep up with it. Hence, Jiang Shao had no choice but to flash. Fortunately, Jiang Shao could appear in any corner of a planet in a flash, allowing him to cover a large distance. In less than 8 minutes, Jiang Shao chased after the sun and never experienced the night. However, he had already flashed back to the entrance of the Dragon Cave. 8 minutes. The rotation of day and night in the Dragon Cave lasted for 8 minutes. In the past 8 minutes, Jiang Shao had seen all the terrain and all the star beasts of the Dragon Clan. However, he chased after the sun and returned to the original starting point. So, is the Dragon Cave also a planet? Or is it like the upper snowfield? It's just that it's connected from head to tail? Jiang Shao flashed too fast and too far away, so he didn't realize that he had actually been teleported back. Sigh. Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and sighed helplessly. After pondering for a long time, he flashed and arrived at a vast grassland. Beside a gurgling stream, he found a huge star dragon sleeping on the ground. No matter how many times Jiang Shao looked at its dazzling starry skin, he would always marvel at the wonders of the Creator. Jiang Shao stepped forward and walked towards the giant dragon's head. Swoosh! A pair of huge and deep starry eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be a universe in the star dragon's eyes. They were beautiful and dazzling as it looked at the little guy that was walking towards it with extreme vigilance. Jiang Shao froze for a moment. Differential treatment? Back then, Jiang Shao had also communicated with the Star Dragon. However, the star dragon did not even bother to care about a small bug like Jiang Shao. In fact, such an arrogant race did not even care about punishing Jiang Shao after he woke it up. It was as if beating up a little kid like him would make them look bad. At this moment, the star dragon had already opened its eyes and was looking at Jiang Shao vigilantly. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the star power fluctuation on my body too strong? Did the star dragon feel the energy fluctuation of the same level? So it treated Jiang Shao seriously? Jiang Shao looked friendly as he smiled at the star dragon and raised his left hand. Buzz, whoosh, in the sky, a giant fish suddenly appeared. Almost at the same time, the star dragon also slowly floated up and a wave of star power energy flowed out from its mouth. Hello, Jiang Shao also floated up. His small body was separated between the giant whale and the giant dragon. Under the dazzling starry sky, the overflowing energy in the star dragon's mouth slightly slowed down. Obviously, the humming whale had passed on Jiang Zhao's friendliness to the star dragon. It was proven that strength was the basis of communication. When you were not strong enough, the star dragon could crush you to death or let you go as if it was a charity. It was all up to its preference. But when Jiang Shao had strength and a humming whale was floating behind him, the star dragon, such an arrogant race, suddenly became willing to communicate. This world was simply too realistic. Even a dragon was like that, let alone a human. Jiang Shao thought about it, opened the space door, and took out a treasure chest that was filled with white ghoul star beads. Star bead diplomacy? Jiang Shao opened the treasure chest, and all of a sudden, the sparkling star beads flickered, causing the star dragon's bright eyes to become a little dazed. Sure enough, Long and women were the same. They both liked shiny things. I have a question that I'd like to ask you for help. Buzz, in fact, Jiang Zhao's idea was very simple. Since the dragon lair only opened last night, what did the star dragon experience before it opened? In front of him, the star dragon's body slowly floated and its huge and slender tail slowly extended forward to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was not stingy and placed a treasure chest on its tail. On its beautiful tail, Jiang Shao saw a dazzling solar system. In this case, the dragon should like its own body, right? Jiang Shao said, "This dragon lair just opened last night. Do you still have any memories before this? Where did you live? Are you still here?" Jiang Shao thought about it and realized that his question was a little inappropriate. The last night he mentioned was a day and night on Earth, but countless days and nights had passed in the dragon lair. Jiang Shao scratched his head and did not know how to describe it. If he was not mistaken, the star dragon also did not know the concept of minutes and hours. Damn it, the process of the dragon lair opening and collapsing was the process of the imprisoned dragon from birth to death. Obviously, he would not be able to get any valuable information from the AO dragon. Everyone's star beasts were all hatched from eggs, so they could only rely on this kind of wild dragon race. Besides, the dragon lair had just opened. Hopefully, the star dragon could explain it clearly. Jiang Shao could not explain it clearly, but the humming whale could understand him. All of a sudden, images and emotions were transmitted to the star dragon. However, the images transmitted by the humming whale made Jiang Shao feel a little helpless. This star dragon was almost the same as his AO dragon. Although it was not dead yet and had not experienced the collapse of the dragon lair, at least it did not have any memories of its birth. The star dragon did not have any memories of the past, nor did it have any memories of the collapse of the dragon lair. All it knew was that when it opened its eyes, it was already occupying this grassland. Wait, Jiang Shao pursed his lips. Dragon creatures were hatched through eggs. However, this star dragon did not have any memories before yesterday, since it said that it was here the moment it opened its eyes. In other words, it had descended into this world in its adult form. It did not have parents, nor did it have the time and experience to grow up. Jiang Shao looked at the star dragon and sighed silently. "Okay, thank you." The star dragon used its huge tail to roll the treasure chest and sent it to its mouth. Whoosh! The The star dragon raised its head, and the white ghoul star beads in the treasure chest fell into its mouth like jelly beans. If it was not for the fact that electronic products could not be used in the dragon lair, Jiang Shao really wanted to take a picture of this scene. Speaking of which, why was this big guy that was 40 to 50 meters long so cute, while little Jiang Shue's little dragon was so annoying? Weren't all creatures in the world cuter the smaller they were? Bye-bye, Jiang Shao waved his hand and sensed with the field tear domain before flying away with the humming whale. Behind them, the star dragon threw the treasure chest into its mouth. Looking at the scene of the man and the whale flying away, the star dragon tilted its head and thought for a while before secretly chasing after them. Peek. Chapter 1266. 3 days later, in the dragon cave. Roar! Silence. Jiang Shao threw a shot of sound of silence at the fog dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Jiang Shao was wearing a cloak and flying backward while a large number of water droplets quickly appeared around his body. The scene was simply beautiful. If you don't know, just say so. Why did you spray it at me? Jiang Shao muttered while the water of star power around him was mixed with tears of sorrow. The arrogant fog dragon in front of him was immediately dumbfounded. Today was a rather bizarre day for it. A small human actually brought a big fish to ask me questions. The fog dragon was enraged. Do you have any misunderstandings about the fog dragon clan? Do I look like the kind of dragon that likes to help others? In the end, the fog dragon, who was rubbing its fists and wanted to go all out, just as it roared, it was smashed by a silence. Immediately afterwards, the fog dragon felt that its dragon brain was insufficient. Sorrowful tears was not only a physical blow to the target, but a more frightening blow to the target's emotions. Wu, the fog dragon, wanted to escape, but it couldn't. The fog dragon wanted to roar loudly, but it couldn't. High-end ingredients often required the simplest cooking methods. Master Xiaojiang used the largest range of sound of silence and applied it evenly on the fog dragon's body. Jiang Shao, who had been busy for 5 to 6 seconds, was about to suck the fog on the fog dragon's body when he saw a star descending from the sky and smashing into the range of sound of silence, hitting the fog dragon's body. Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. Through the tears of sorrow, he could sense that the star dragons that were following him had attacked. One by one, the stars smashed the mist dragon into pieces, and the dragon's brain was completely smashed into pieces. Next, a large star bead fell, and the water droplets scattered all over the sky. A lifelike water droplet was put together by Xia Yin, and she reached out to catch the fog dragon star bead. Of course, although the starry sky god of war, Yin in front of him looked lifelike, she was not alive. She was not a human, nor did she have a decoy star technique. She was just a statue that was purely pieced together by star power. In the range of the tear field, Jiang Shao was an omnipotent god. In fact, Jiang Shao could just put together a pair of hands or build a water bridge with the water droplets and let the star beads roll over. But life should be filled with a sense of ceremony. The god of war Yin, who was made up of water droplets, quickly flew over and handed the massive star bead to Jiang Shao. Don't be so soulless. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Xia Yan's lifeless eyes. Wu, not far behind him, the coquettish sounds of the star dragons came. Jiang Shao, yes, not star dragons, but a group of star dragons. Ever since the first star dragon received the box of white ghoul star bead from Jiang Shao, it had been following Jiang Shao from afar. Jiang Shao had been activating the tier of domain all along. How could he not know? However, Jiang Shao was also curious about what Star Dragon was up to. With Jiang Zhao's star bead diplomacy, more and more Star Dragons joined Jiang Zhao's team and followed him and Big Fish eagerly. Indeed, they had tasted the sweetness and were ready to follow Jiang Shao to get a share of the spoils. Such a scene was simply incomprehensible to Jiang Shao. What were the characteristics of Star Dragons? Lonely kings, arrogant nobles among dragons. What made them put down their dignity and choose to travel together? What was it that made them follow behind a tiny human and protect him? Was it reality? Don't help me anymore. I can't afford to feed you. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the 7 star dragons behind him. He was on the verge of tears. The 7 dazzling dragons with starry sky skin were far away from each other, and they seemed to be making a final struggle for their dignity. They seemed to be in a state of disunity as they followed behind Jiang Shao and fought on their own. However, strictly speaking, they were partners. Jiang Shao thought about it again and opened 7 space doors beside him. Behind the doors was the Mala Star Dragon Island in Africa. Jiang Shao said, "Go ahead, the white ghouls there are overflowing. If you want to eat them, go and catch them yourself." Buzz, as the sound of the buzzing whale spread, the star dragon that followed Jiang Shao first was also the first to be tempted. It hesitated for a moment before flying in Jiang Zhao's direction and rushing towards one of the space doors. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "By the way, don't snatch it. There are white ghouls all over the mountains and plains, and there are walking star beads everywhere." While we were talking, they had already given birth to more than a dozen cubs. Don't fight and don't eat the small ones. You can eat them when they grow up. The reproductive ability of the white ghouls was too strong. What was even more wonderful was that those unintelligent and cruel white ghouls also knew how to self-regulate. After all, the white ghouls only had prey in their eyes, and their food source was their own kind. It was a pity that all the white ghouls on the 4 dragon islands were of brass quality. Previously, when there was still the concept of the lower dimension, the holy ground on Earth, Jiang Shao stuck the space door under the holy ground and opened it, allowing the white ghouls to jump out of it and enter Jiang Zhao's calamity world. Once he restocked, he would benefit for life. What does Jiang Wentian mean? What does it mean to be the enemy of the white ghouls? In the future, if Jiang Shao really became a god, the first person he would thank might not be his teachers, comrades, or star pets, but the white ghouls. After luring a few star dragons, Jiang Shao threw the huge 5-dragon star bead into a space door beside him. Behind the door, the newly replaced bait, Jiang Shao, put away the 5-dragon star bead and placed it together with the other star beads. The main thing was the hidden dragon star bead. He had to save more of such treasures for Xia Yan. She still lacked the star technique concealment. The star technique concealment could allow Xia Yan to summon 2 small hidden dragons to attack the opponent. On the other hand, concealment could allow Xia Yan to control the 2 small hidden dragons as she pleased instead of going head-on. She could change the speed and direction of the small hidden dragon. It could be said that there was something sinister in her recklessness, and it was extremely disgusting. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao turned to look at the god of war, Yin, who was pieced together by the water droplets. Look, I'm thinking of you now. Ah, Brother Xiaopi is so warm." Unfortunately, the starry sky god of war, Yin, ignored Jiang Shao. Well, if she really opened her mouth to speak, something would have really happened. "Let's go, Buzz Whale. Let's go play with the hidden dragons." After the majority of Star Dragon's troops entered Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world, he felt a lot more free, and he left with the Buzz Whale. The strategy of Starbead diplomacy was still going on. He could tell that the dragons really liked to eat jelly beans, especially the feeling of pouring them into their mouths. Buzz, in the hot desert, Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at a spot where Domain Tier's perception was lacking. Sure enough, it was the cunning bee-hidden dragon in front of him. It hung motionlessly in the air and activated its concealment body. Even Domain Tier could not detect its existence. When Jiang Shao sensed that a piece of space was missing, he knew that there must be a hidden dragon there. "Stop pretending. I can see you," Jiang Shao said as he even floated forward and reached out to tug at the hidden dragon's long beard. The hidden dragon was dumbfounded. It was originally here to hunt and see which unlucky person would pass by. However, it didn't expect that there would be such a stupid creature in this world that actually sent itself to the mouth of a hunter. How could it not eat it? The hidden dragon immediately opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Shao in one gulp. However, Jiang Shao did not flash away. Instead, he put away the sea-devouring soul that was draped over his body. Kacha! The sound of teeth biting on steel could be heard. Ugh! To it, the hidden dragon screamed in pain and spat out Jiang Shao. It couldn't help but grimace and shake its head in pain. It looked at Jiang Shao with a dazed expression. What is this thing? Why does it hurt my teeth so much? Jiang Shao rubbed his chest that was bitten and looked at the hidden dragon with resentment. Tendons, right? Ha! You want to eat me? I'll tear off your teeth. While rubbing his aching body, Jiang Shao used the water droplets to wash himself thoroughly. Wait, dragon saliva. What special effects does it have in most fantasy worlds? Forget it, it's disgusting. To put it bluntly, it's just a dragon's saliva. Jiang Shao used the domain tear beads to constantly wash his body. He already regretted using the scorching yang great endurance to educate the ignorant hidden dragon. The hidden dragon did not have the slightest dignity of a powerhouse at all. Its teeth were hurting from being bitten. It actually turned around and ran. Don't go, let's have a chat. Jiang Shao flashed and stood next to the hidden dragon's face, grabbing its beard again. Jiang Zhao's strength obviously couldn't hold back the hidden dragon, but Jiang Shao was a starry stage contestant after all and could bring great interference to the hidden dragon. Under the influence of Jiang Zhao's starry stage power, the hidden dragon that was fleeing quickly actually made a sharp turn. I see that you're also an adult. It's impossible that you just hatched from an egg a few days ago. So, do you have any previous memories? Buzz, don't ignore me. Look, I have delicious food. As long as you tell me, Buzz. The hidden dragon finally stopped, and a trace of suspicion appeared on its almost invisible face. However, it also saw that the treasure chest that Jiang Shao opened was filled with shiny little star beads. Jiang Shao floated forward and stood on the tip of the hidden dragon's nose, staring at the behemoth. Due to the fact that the dragon was too huge, Jiang Shao wasn't even sure which eye was better to look at. However, the hidden dragon was different. Its eyes immediately focused on the little guy standing on the tip of its nose. You might not believe it, but I can make the hidden dragon cross-eyed. Although these are small, they're still star beads. It's absorbable and can be poured into the mouth, Jiang Shao said while reaching into the treasure chest and picking up a brass-quality white ghoul star bead. As he absorbed the star bead, the white ghoul star bead shattered and turned into star power that fused into Jiang Zhao's body. The hidden dragon was finally tempted. In fact, a brass-quality white ghoul star bead wouldn't be able to add much star power to a creature of this level, but felt great. What was the prey of the hidden dragon race? It was also the hidden dragon race. How much time and energy would it take for them to absorb a star bead every time they successfully hunted? What kind of life-and-death battle would they have to go through? Jiang Shao had a box full of star beads in his hands. Whether it was full or not was another matter. What was the point? To satisfy his craving. The hidden dragon's massive body circled around Jiang Shao and didn't leave, seemingly waiting for Jiang Zhao's question. Clearly, the highly intelligent hidden dragon understood that the little thing in front of it was not to be trifled with, and that it couldn't attack it forcefully. Hence, it decided to listen to its request first. Buzz. The humming whale transmitted images to the hidden dragon in a timely manner. It was simply the perfect bridge between humans and star beasts. Half a minute later, Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly and his breathing gradually quickened. The hidden dragon actually survived a catastrophe. Of course, to the hidden dragon, the catastrophe was not the battle of the land and sea, but the collapse of the dragon cave. The hidden dragon actually had a complete memory of the catastrophe, although it didn't participate in the encirclement and annihilation of the previous imprisoned dragon. It lived in the dragon cave. Regardless of how the previous imprisoned dragon died, all the creatures in the dragon cave would inevitably experience a catastrophe. The sky collapsed, and the earth collapsed while the space was torn apart. In the images transmitted by the humming whale, Jiang Shao saw that in the short 20 minutes of the collapse of the dragon cave, countless cracks appeared in space and tore apart countless dragon creatures. The hidden dragon also joined the army of fugitives. However, under the collapse of space at this level, no place was safe. No matter how strong the dragons were and how strong their bodies were, They couldn't resist the cutting and tearing of space. In the process of escaping, this hidden dragon sought too many dragon bodies that had been torn apart. Even its own tail had been cut off. The dragons that survived did not do so because they were strong, but because they were lucky. Obviously, the hidden dragon in front of him was the lucky one. After 20 minutes, when the dragon cave completely collapsed, the scene, Jiang Shao was stunned. He turned to look at the humming whale and said with a trembling voice, "Are you sure?" "Buzz," the humming whale said, "I'm sure." Through the images transmitted to Jiang Shao by the hidden dragon, an incredible phenomenon appeared. The scene of heaven and earth collapsing. All kinds of terrains, scenes, and the ubiquitous cracks in space were all shattered and turned into mysterious symbols. At least, in the eyes of the hidden dragon, those were mysterious symbols. However, in Jiang Zhao's eyes, those symbols were exactly the same as the symbols in Star Warrior era. Just like that, all the mountains, rivers, and earth disappeared, leaving only dead silence, and those strange symbols that emitted a strange light. Amidst the flowing symbols, the hidden dragon propped up its wounded corpse and activated its invisible body. It focused on repairing its body and recuperating, until one day, those strange flowing symbols once again turned into mountains, rivers, and earth. They even turned into all kinds of dragons. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. After the collapse of the dragon cave, why did the same symbols appear as in Star Warrior era? These dragons, including the topography of this place, everything was created by these mysterious characters and symbols. F***CK. Chapter 1267. So, in order to truly explore the secrets of the Dragon Cave, we have to make the Dragon Cave collapse first. Jiang Shao and his team had experienced at least 3 collapses of the Dragon Cave, but without exception, they would always evacuate safely before the Dragon Cave completely collapsed. However, they didn't expect the real secret to happen after the space collapsed and the entrance of the Dragon Cave was closed. Jiang Shao frowned and couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. According to the images transmitted by the hidden Dragon Cave, even Jiang Shao himself couldn't guarantee that he would be able to survive the collapse of the space. Do I really have to explore the mysteries of this world? The most important thing was that even if Jiang Shao survived, he would have to live alone in the long and silent environment for a long time. He could only wait for the Dragon Cave to open again before there would be an exit. What if the Dragon Cave is closed for half a year? Is Jiang Shao going to be trapped here forever? It's not like I don't have a criminal record. At the same time, in the Star Arrival courtyard in the capital, at 1 a.m., second last office was pitch black. If one were to look carefully, they would see a person in a white robe writing something at the desk. Clearly, it was 3 last. On the other hand, second last was standing in front of the window of the office with her arms crossed in front of her chest, staring at the scenery outside silently. The moonlight shone on her face and covered her figure with a layer of cold radiance, giving her a unique elegance. Unfortunately, no one was admiring her, and the only person who was admiring her was busy writing something at the desk and ignoring second last. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Chief Show. Okay. Second last let out a snort, and the heavenly hound walked in from the door behind her with a lunchbox. Tengu was already used to such a scene. Second last didn't like to turn on the lights, and the new secretary seemed to be able to accept working in the dark. Tengu placed the box of food on the coffee table and turned around to leave. In fact, Tengu was a little happy. If 3 last didn't come, he would be the one working hard behind the desk. As for second last, hee. Do you think she can work personally? How naive. Second last finally turned around and looked at third last, who was behind the desk. I'm going to sleep. 3 last paused and nodded gently. Second last picked up the lunchbox, opened the space door, and walked in. As soon as she entered her Calamity Umbra world, she heard a sound. He hadn't fallen asleep yet. Perhaps he was studying his skills or the star map. Second last was confident in Jiang Zhao's diligence. She tightened her grip on the lunchbox. I didn't take it for nothing. He's still awake. However, when second last arrived at the rest area in a flash, she discovered that Jiang Xiao was sitting on the ground and leaning against her bed. He muttered, "Something doesn't feel right. Maybe he's studying the new star map?" Second last walked over, squatted down, and handed the lunchbox to Jiang Xiao. "You must be hungry." F***CK. Bait Jiang Xiao got a great shock. Due to the fact that his star slots were empty and he did not have any perception-type star techniques, the space was very safe, and he was too engrossed in his thoughts to notice the approaching cat. "Why aren't you making any sound when you're walking? Why are you floating?" Although Jiang Xiao shuddered in shock and looked rather displeased, he still grabbed the lunchbox. Wow. There were cold dishes, 3 delicacies, braised pork, chicken drumsticks, and steaming rice. Indeed, my cat knows what I like to eat. There's nothing more delicious than braised pork at 1 a.m. If there was, it would only be the barbecue at 1:30 a.m. Jiang Xiao picked up 2 chicken drumsticks and handed one to second last. "I have some news to report to you." Second last grabbed the drumstick and sat on the ground too. She leaned back and leaned against the bottom of the bed. She was in the exact same posture as Jiang Xiao, but she looked much more carefree. She tore off a piece of drumstick meat and looked up at the deep and vast night sky. She chewed with big mouthfuls and made a nasal sound, and Jiang Xiao couldn't help but grimace at the sight of her greasy mouth. Indeed, the contrast is the most terrifying. "Cute, I want to... Ahem. Oh dear, my sense of beauty has collapsed. I actually find such a woman adorable. I'm used to seeing her crushing the skulls of her enemies." Now that he saw her in her daily life, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Jiang Xiao said, "I've found the secret of the dragon cave." Second last stopped chewing and turned around to look at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment. "Found the secret? How long has the dragon cave existed? You only used 3 days to find its secret?" Under the dim, starry sky, Jiang Xiao saw the oil stains on her lips. Together with her cold and sullen face, they formed a wonderful picture that had a strange sense of beauty. Jiang Xiao continued, "To be precise, slurping is the right way to find out the secret." Second last casually tossed half a drumstick onto Jiang Xiao's lunchbox and said, "Speak." And so on, and so on. Jiang Xiao described the current situation in detail and his reasonable conjectures. Second last listened attentively, and her gaze changed from a dazed one to a solemn one at the end. She only took a few sentences to change her expression and mentality. Staring at Jiang Xiao, who was gorging himself, second last said in a deep voice, "We'll report the information you found. Don't cause the collapse of the dragon cave. As you said, once you're sure that you want to explore the true secret of the dragon cave, you'll have to survive in the collapsed and dead space. Even if you survive the catastrophe, you'll still be imprisoned there. We can only ensure when the dragon cave closes, but we can't guarantee when it will open again." While listening, Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly and tilted the lunchbox at an angle so that the gravy from the braised pork would flow into the rice in the small frame that contained the vegetables. He then picked up his chopsticks and stirred it. "Wow, that's so beautiful." Seeing that Jiang Xiao was nodding while eating, second last heaved a sigh of relief. Nominally, she could still order him around, but in fact, they were already on equal footing. In fact, they were already on an unequal footing. At the end of the day, strength spoke louder in this world. Jiang Zhao's strength had already exceeded second last tolerance. Even if he insisted on doing things his own way, second last wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Kill the bait in front of me? That would only take a slap, but the problem was that Jiang Zhao's body was not under her control. Besides, second last managed to get to where she was today because she had received too many gifts and care from Jiang Xiao. Hence, it was a simple mentality that applied to second last too. Seeing that Jiang Xiao was nodding and agreeing, second last felt much better. She reached out and picked up the half-eaten drumstick that she had previously thrown on the lunchbox. "Huh? You? Why are you still?" Jiang Zhao's voice trailed off. Second last placed the drumstick in her mouth again and tore off a piece of meat. She then turned to glance at Jiang Xiao and asked, What's the matter? No, nothing, Jiang Xiao said with a peculiar expression and shook his head repeatedly. Humph. Second last humphed coldly and leaned back while resting her elbows on the lower bunk. She listened to the sound of Jiang Xiao eating and looked up at the dim, starry sky. All of a sudden, she felt that this was how she should live her life. There was a place where she felt extremely safe and didn't have to be constantly wary of her surroundings. There was a delicacy in her mouth that could satisfy her momentary greed and satisfy her taste buds. There was a trustworthy person beside her who shared the same sentiments and thoughts. Second last thought that Jiang Xiao had stopped protesting after she brushed him off. However, in fact, what made Jiang Xiao stop complaining was not the look in second last's eyes, but in the dragon cave. Jiang Xiao threw the hidden dragon into the world of calamity and put away the humming whale. He then sorted out his thoughts and returned to the entrance of the dragon cave in a flash, intending to report the information that he had gathered. However, to Jiang Xiao's surprise, a person flew in from the entrance of the tunnel. It was an acquaintance. The old man who had just entered the dragon cave was clearly stunned to see the person in front of him. He then smiled and said, "We meet again, Jiang Xiaopi." "Hopkins," Jiang Xiao murmured. Suddenly, his face changed, and he said, "How did you get in?" "The people outside." Hopkins smiled and waved his hand, after which the two of them left the entrance of the dragon cave and entered a snowy mountain. "Hopkins," Hopkins said with a smile, "don't worry, my friend. The guards outside are not dead. I've always been kind to you, haven't I?" Jiang Xiao asked with a sullen expression. "Huh?" Hopkins sighed and looked at the snow around him. "It's been a long time since we last met, but I've received a lot of news from you. I can tell that you're still at the stage of caring. In that case, I'm willing to show due respect for your caring. Of course, I know your attitude toward your comrades, so I won't let those insignificant matters affect our relationship. Your soldiers aren't in danger, they just can't stop me." Hopkins then took 2 steps forward and stood at the top of the snowy mountain. He looked into the distance and stared at the magical and strange continent, as well as the rapidly setting sun. His cloudy eyes were a little blurred as he said softly, "This is the place closest to the truth, isn't it, my friend?" Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "Maybe, maybe not." Jiang Xiao didn't doubt what Hopkins had just said. There was no need for a person like Hopkins to lie about such things. Besides, if Jiang Xiao wanted to verify it, it would only take a moment. Hopkins said softly, "All the space dimensions in the world disappeared because of the fusion of the alien sphere and the Earth. There are no upper levels, lower levels, and no holy ground. Why does there have to be a space door here? Why does there have to be such a magical continent here?" As an emperor who entered the alien sphere to conquer Europe in the 1960s, Hopkins didn't have the concept of the Dragon Cave in his mind. Perhaps a few months ago, with the influx of Earthlings into the alien sphere, Hopkins might have heard some rumors about the Dragon Cave, but this was definitely the first time he had set foot here. Just like when Jiang Xiao first arrived, the knowledgeable emperor of Europe looked like a newbie and marveled at the beauty of the world. As he spoke, the sun had already set and the stars were moving rapidly in the sky. "My friend, how's the research on Star Warriors going? What's your realm?" Hopkins, who had always been calm, finally had a slight change. "Have you reached the level of secondary star martial arts? Can you cross dimensions?" Jiang Xiao shook his head silently. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao realized that he shouldn't have told Hopkins about his research on the Star Warriors and the unsealing of his star slots. When the two of them met just now, Jiang Xiao had just returned from the desert, and his star techniques were all turned off. At present, only Han Jiangxue, second last, and third last knew that Jiang Zhao's star techniques had been unsealed. If he kept it a secret, he might be able to seize some opportunities. Regardless of whether he could achieve miraculous results in the end, it would never be wrong to keep a secret. Besides, there was no need for Jiang Xiao to show off to someone like Hopkins. "That's a pity. It seems that you've been hindered by the mundane matters." Hopkins stood on the cliff with his hands clasped behind his back and sighed softly. "Maybe I should help you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's body tensed up slightly. Hopkins turned around and looked at Jiang Shao before saying, "There's no doubt that this must be the place closest to the truth. If we break through here, there must be a new world outside." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and secretly felt that something was amiss. Previously, Hopkins could still bear with it and was willing to supervise Jiang Zhao's growth to the extent that he could bear it. That was because Hopkins had the concept of the external world, but he did not have a specific experimental site. Now, he had found the only dragon cave in the world. Clearly, it was the experimental site. Hopkins, who was familiar with the principles of the Earth alien sphere, knew very well that the dragon cave had nothing to do with the projection of the alien sphere, let alone the upper and lower dimensions. It was a space that was independent of the Earth alien sphere system. Since he could analyze it to this point, what else could he not understand? Hence, the old man was shocked by such a scene. He probably couldn't hold it in any longer. After all, the old man was very old. With a wave of his hand, Hopkins opened the space gate and reached into it. In the next moment, he picked up one corpse after another with his drenched hands. The corpses were covered with water stains and crushed ice shards, as if they had been thrown into the glacier and frozen. Jiang Zhao's face froze. These two corpses were the two members of the Star Organization who had not shown up for a long time. The last two remaining members of the Star Organization in this world had been in Hopkins's hands all this time. Hopkins threw the two corpses at Jiang Zhao's feet one by one and said with a smile, "I hope you can feel my kindness again." Jiang Zhao's face was almost like a small bun. Last time, Hopkins showed his kindness to him by transforming his body, strengthening his star power realm, and increasing his growth potential. Then, he completely sealed Jiang Zhao's star slot. This time, what kind of tricks is this old man up to? Behind Hopkins' space gate, a noble and elegant middle-aged woman walked out. The old witch Catherine? Her long blonde hair was coiled up high, and she was wearing an expensive gown with an exquisite necklace that matched her fair skin. She was completely different from when Jiang Shao saw her before. She was peerless and noble. After seeing Hopkins, Catherine bowed slightly with a charming smile on her face. She lowered her head respectfully and said, "Lord Prophet." Then, Catherine looked at Jiang Shao and bowed politely. "Good day, sir." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. "Indeed, good day. One day, one of the three of us will rest in peace." There would be a new volume tomorrow, which was also the final volume. After this month, he didn't think about fighting for anything, nor did he ask for votes. He just wanted to fill in the holes for everyone and write a warm and happy ending to end the bizarre journey of the little toxic healer. But at present, it seemed that there were too many votes left. He wanted to ask for some support. Chapter 1268. "Sir, let's go. Please allow me to lead the way for you." Catherine had an elegant smile on her face, but her behavior was humble and respectful. She bowed slightly to Jiang Shao. She was supposed to be a noble lady, but she had been forced to live like a maid. Jiang Shao looked at the place where the space gate disappeared and sighed softly. Right now, Jiang Shao was not in the Dragon Cave, but in Hopkins' Ocean Ridge Shelter. Hopkins's Ocean Ridge Shelter had been upgraded to the highest quality, so it was more appropriate to call it the Ocean Ridge World. Jiang Zhao's reason for entering was the same as the previous times. From the moment he met Hopkins, it was hard for him to refuse Hopkins's request. Why? Because Jiang Shao still cared. Jiang Shao had friends, comrades, and a country that he cared about. It was indeed difficult for Jiang Shao to refuse any of Hopkins's requests. Jiang Shao couldn't just throw all his friends into the Calamity Shadow world to protect them. In theory, Jiang Shao had the ability to do that, but his comrades still had their own responsibilities. After all, they were all soldiers, and they couldn't abandon their mission and leave the civilians behind, especially when Earth was in a great crisis. Hopkins handed the bodies of the last two-star conversion members to Jiang Shao as a gesture of goodwill. Then, he asked Jiang Shao to enter his Ocean Ridge world. Jiang Shao couldn't refuse. Why did he enter the Ocean Ridge world? It was because Hopkins didn't want to wait anymore. In this Ocean Ridge world, Hopkins seemed to have prepared a lot of things for Jiang Shao. Obviously, Jiang Zhao's growth was not fast enough, and Hopkins was getting old. He wished that Jiang Zhao could advance successfully in the next second, so that he could turn into a star warrior for the second time and try to explore the outside world. Of course, Jiang Zhao didn't tell him about the secret of the Dragon Cave. This old guy, you pretended to be generous and gave me the poo-poo whale the moment we met. Now you've lost the bridge of communication with the star beasts, haven't you? I'm not going to tell you what I found. Sir, Catherine said softly, looking at the silent young man in front of her. At this time, Catherine was acting as a guide. Although she appeared to be a perfect servant on the surface, in reality, she had some ulterior motives. In fact, how could any star warrior at the peak of the starry sky, especially those who were doing well in the star organization, be mediocre? Catherine had long understood the relationship between the old prophet and the little prophet. She also knew very well that the little prophet and the little prophet were still working together at the moment. But one day, after completing the mission's goal, there would be no room for two tigers on one mountain. Catherine was willing to make an investment. No matter who won or lost in the end, she only needed to rely on the strong. It was a very terrifying thing. A first-class player in the Star Conversion Organization, a star warrior who was at the peak of the starry sky, actually had to rely on others in order to survive humbly. Sometimes, Catherine cried on the inside. Why did I get involved in this mess? Wasn't it good to be a top-notch mage god that everyone looked up to, respected, and even feared? I can do whatever I want. I am a king, but I have to be a servant here. Why do I have to encounter these two terrifying star warriors? Why is this? Catherine restrained the surging emotions in her heart, and the smile on her face was still elegant. She asked softly, Sir. Catherine asked, when you arrested Hua Xing and his wife, especially Elizabeth, did you get a map? Yes. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and nodded. Catherine said, there are 6 locations marked on the map. Those are the places you need to go. Jiang Zhao asked quietly, what do you mean? Catherine said apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know. I'm just here to take care of your daily life. Jiang Zhao grinned, waved his hand, and a space door opened. A hand reached out from behind the door and handed a map to Jiang Zhao. It was the map that Elizabeth had in her arms during the final battle between Jiang Zhao and the Star Organization leader. At that time, Elizabeth made it clear that the map was left behind by the prophet and belonged to whoever won. After that, Hua Xing and his wife were captured, and little Chongyang found the map in Elizabeth's arms. However, Jiang Zhao did not understand the exact location of the map. He did not expect that the map depicted Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world. Do I look like I can't take care of myself? Jiang Zhao said casually as he unfolded the map and looked at it again. On the map, there was a clear red line all the way from south to north, crossing mountains and rivers, and finally landing on a mountain. On this line, there were 6 special red X marks, which seemed to imply something. No, sir, I prepared a lot of unexpected things that can help you relax and improve your quality of life during the arduous process of your mission. Catherine smiled confidently. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao was amused. He said, why? Did your dwarf band learn good day? Is today a good day, the kind where everything you want to do comes true? Catherine was speechless. All of a sudden, Catherine realized the difference between her and Jiang Zhao. His mentality was so good. What the hell? Did he really not feel defeated at all? Catherine said in a low voice, you must be joking, sir. Okay, don't do those fancy things anymore. The song you played last time was too evil, and it made me upset. Jiang Zhao then handed the map to Catherine and asked, where's the location? Catherine nodded. I only know the approximate location. It's in the Apennine Peninsula. Oh, Jiang Zhao was stunned. He took back the map, looked at it, and said, so, this mountain range is the Alps? This stupid map. Why don't you draw it to the southeast and put the boot heel in it? Then I can see where it is. What's the use of just drawing a boot? Yes, sir. Catherine nodded hurriedly. Okay. Jiang Zhao flashed and went directly to the Apennine Peninsula. The two stood high in the sky, each wearing the soul of the sea devourer. Jiang Shao held the map and looked at the terrain below. On the side, Jiang Shao flew slowly in the sky according to the first bright red X, looking at the endless forest below. From time to time, he would see some pale figures wandering in the forest. They seemed to be a group of low-quality skeletons from the dark burial forest of the Apennine Peninsula. However, in the lower dimensions, the dark burial skeletons were of silver quality and the effects of their star techniques were extremely low. Hence, they were rarely used. However, the dark burial skeletons thrown in by Hopkins were likely to be of the same quality. There might even be gold or platinum quality ones. Of course, Jiang Shao was not interested in competing with the skeletons. As he flew, the forest below became denser and the pale figures in the forest gradually disappeared. A few minutes later, Jiang Shao could no longer see the situation on the ground. Hence, he flew down with Catherine. "It seems like our mission is going well," Catherine said. Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Catherine said, "There are star beasts in every area of the Prophet's Ocean Ridge world, but I didn't find any living creatures in the depths of the forest. That's very special, isn't it?" "Yeah," Jiang Shao nodded. Surrounded by the giant trees, the two tiny humans barged in. The dense leaves covered the sky, and only a small amount of sunlight could penetrate, making the forest extremely dark. It was supposed to be an extremely dangerous place, but it became especially safe because there were no star beasts. "Something must be wrong." "Sir, I've discovered something," Catherine suddenly said as they were walking. "Where?" Jiang Shao asked. Catherine said, "It's right in front. It seems to be a wooden house." With that, Catherine raised her hand abruptly, and a massive beam of holy light descended, lighting up the dim forest completely. Platinum light of heaven. The huge ray of holy light did not just fall in the distance. Instead, it moved forward rapidly. Speaking of which, it was rather interesting. Back then, when Jiang Shao was fighting with Plato and Catherine's team, Jiang Shao shot a withering arrow and shattered their teammate, Bloodbat. Meanwhile, Catherine watched helplessly as her teammates gradually withered and died without doing anything. The Bloodbat struggled in extreme pain and despair as it died bit by bit. Up until the moment of its death, its teammate who was begging and screaming at Catherine did not manage to beg for her medical star technique. She didn't even bother to move a finger. Yet, she was now using the medical star technique to provide Jiang Shao with illumination. "Damn it, I'm your teammate." "Really? I'm so unlucky. Catherine who refuses to save me. My medical star technique is not for saving my teammates, but for illuminating Mr. Jiang Shao." While thinking about it, Jiang Shao, who had passed through a forest, felt that the surrounding environment was getting brighter and brighter. He also saw a slightly dilapidated wooden house in the middle of a huge open space. The environment here was very interesting. Why was it dark in the forest? Because the huge trees were lush and blocking the sunlight. Why was it so bright here? It was because there were no trees around the area of the wooden house, and the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees had also been cleared. It was as if a skylight had been opened, and more like a spotlight on a stage. The sunlight shone from the sky and landed in the area of the wooden house. "What do you mean? Do you think you're not eye-catching enough? Did you deliberately shine a light on your own house?" Well, the stage effect is not bad. While Jiang Shao was thinking about it, a person walked out of the wooden house. It was a giant with messy hair and a sloppy beard. "You're here." The man, who was at least 2 meters tall, spoke. His voice was old and his face was full of wrinkles. He seemed to be very old. Jiang Shao waved the map in his hand and said, "I'm here, but I don't know what I'm going to do." Hee. The bearded old man laughed and said, "I'll kill you." "It's that simple." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "Who are you? You're very arrogant, aren't you?" The old man waved his hand and a huge battle axe appeared in his palm. F***CK. Jiang Shao was taken aback. This axe was obviously beyond the scope of people's understanding. The huge double-sided axe was like a bow shape, and the 2 axes on the left and right were even more terrifying. It was not a problem for 5 or 6 people to stand on it at the same time. In contrast to this huge, double-sided axe, the 2-meter-tall giant suddenly became a small guy. If it was 40 years ago, you would have been dead. The old man smashed the double-sided axe on the ground and looked straight at Jiang Shao. He said, "I'll give you a chance to leave your last words. After you die, I will allow your servant to bring your last words back to your hometown." On the side, Catherine suddenly let out a soft cry, but she hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand. Since the moment the old man came out, Catherine's eyes were a little confused. She always felt that she had seen this guy somewhere, where, with a flash of inspiration, Catherine finally remembered why she was so familiar with this old man. As a member of Star Conversion, she prayed devoutly in the Pantheon every day. Although the object of worship had always been Prophet Hopkins, the other gods in the Pantheon, Star Conversion and Warrior Conversion, would also kneel every day. Isn't this old man a member of the Prophet's team when he conquered the European continent, the big shield warrior codenamed Sparta? The old man frowned slightly and looked at Catherine. He said, "You recognize me." Catherine bowed slightly, but did not respond. She just silently retreated. Jiang Shao turned to look at Catherine and said, "Who is it?" Catherine then replied, "A member of the Prophet's team, one of the gods who conquered the European continent, shield warrior Sparta." Huh? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. He turned to look and compared the old man's image with the sculptures on the bottom of the sea. He also remembered that there was a statue holding a double-sided axe. However, the double-sided axe in the statue's hand was of a normal size. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "You're still alive? You're already so old. Listen to my advice. Be obedient, turn back, open the door, and enter the house. Hurry up and go home to take a walk. Don't come out to blackmail me." Although Sparta did not quite understand Jiang Zhao's words, Jiang Zhao's attitude had already made everything clear. How could it be anything good? Sparta's gaze turned cold, and his expression darkened. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at the old man. "If I'm not arrogant, how can I be called a young man?" Sparta suddenly picked up the huge double-sided axe with one hand. "I will use your flesh and blood to sprinkle all over my courtyard." Jiang Shao pulled out a huge blood-colored blade from his chest and pointed it at Sparta from afar. In the next moment, the huge blade in Jiang Zhao's hand that was surrounded by blood mist began to change color and shape from the hilt of the blade. The dark red blade turned into the color of scorched earth inch by inch. It was gray and red, and cracks instantly covered the entire blade. Jiang Shao grinned. "Try it? I've never been a god, but I have a nickname, the Terminator of the Gods. Don't call yourself a god in front of me. I'll kill everyone I see. I've opened a WeChat account. You loves writing. It's just been established, and I'm currently sorting out the character cards. When the books are completed in the future, I'll write some foreign news and interesting news about the 9-star world. Those who are interested can follow me top." Chapter 1269. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp and pleasant sounds came from the depths of the forest. At this moment, the open space in front of the wooden hut was in a mess. The ground was filled with marks left by knives and axes, like a series of ghastly wounds. It was hard to imagine what kind of damage it would cause if the giant axe and blade were to hit a person's body. However, the two people in the battle did not seem to have suffered much damage. Sparta roared angrily. Every time he swung his double-sided axe, he would let out a deafening roar. Not only was this old man old, but his voice was also not soft. If battle roar could shout someone to death, Jiang Shao would have died 10,000 times. Unfortunately, this bearded old man's battle roar seemed to only be effective on himself. It seems to be used to increase his aura? Sparta swung his double-sided axe, and waves of violent star energy surged crazily. It was so dense that it was suffocating. Jiang Shao flashed and stood dozens of meters away. He tilted his head and looked at Sparta with a sneer. Obviously, such an expression made the other party very dissatisfied. Sparta widened his eyes in anger, and his muscles bulged. Rip. Due to using too much strength, the cloth he was wearing was actually torn apart by his bulging muscles. F***CK. Jiang Shao was shocked. Why? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why did you tear your clothes in advance? Usually, in fighting games, wouldn't female characters only have the benefit of tearing their clothes after they lose? Of course, Jiang Shao did not think that tearing the clothes of the burly man in front of him was a form of benefit. Die! Sparta roared angrily. His tattered clothes were torn open, revealing his steel-like muscles. As the giant axe slashed horizontally, a series of huge, semicircular arcs spread out, covering the sky and earth like a dense swarm of bees as they swept towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao pursed his lips, and his figure flashed lightly, silently dodging the axe marks that filled the sky. It was an understatement. Well, the most important thing was that he was well-dressed. The sea-devouring robe couldn't help but roll up its collar and scratch Jiang Zhao's chin. You scared me to death. The sea-devouring cloak was really worried that its owner would go crazy and clash head-on with the other party, tearing its cloak apart. Of course, the sea-devouring robe was a large and spacious cloak after all, so it would still be difficult to break it with one's muscles. Stop fooling around. Jiang Shao shook his head and rubbed his chin, feeling a little itchy. What are you doing? You want to interact with me at this time? F***CK. Can't you tell that he's Star Gene's shield? This is such a tense and serious occasion, and this tattered clothes dares to tickle my chin and tease me? Do you think I'm second last? On the other side, the ragged Sparta had a sinister expression. Although he had a place to vent his strength, he was still extremely furious. Since the beginning of the battle, he had never really touched Jiang Shao, not even the corner of his clothes. Be it the use of star techniques, movement techniques, or footwork, Jiang Shao was extremely light and nimble, which reminded Sparta of his melee combat teammates. Little bastard, it seems. Hopkins had a reason to hand your life over to me. Sparta waved his hand, and two large palms appeared above his shoulders. The palms were translucent and floated in the air. There were no arms except for the palms. Sparta threw the giant axe up, and the two palms floating above his shoulders immediately grabbed the axe tightly. Hand it to you? Hee. Jiang Shao held the giant sword in his hand and swung it casually. The grayish-colored scorching yang blade was covering cracks. As Jiang Zhao's hands moved, the scorching yang blade rotated, and a scorching wave of star power overflowed in all directions. The forest ground around Jiang Shao, which was supposed to be full of green plants, was instantly tainted by the grayish-red wave of scorching yang energy. In just 3 seconds, the land around Jiang Shao had already turned into scorched earth. With Jiang Shao as the center, dense cracks spread out like a spider web, tearing the ground apart and spreading outwards. Hopkins told me that an arrogant and ignorant kid would come to me. Sparta picked up a double-sided axe again. Sparta continued. Hopkins asked me to teach you what awe is. I'll give you the last lesson of your life and let you know what kind of person you've provoked. I'll tear apart your stupidity and let you die at my feet with a heart full of awe. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, You've been deceived. What did you say? The illusory palms on both sides of Sparta's shoulders continued to move upwards and finally floated to a meter above his head. The shaft of the giant double-sided axe in the illusory hands also became longer and longer, clearly intended to be used as a long-pole weapon. Jiang Shao said, In fact, your master doesn't think that you can stop me. He gave me a map. In addition to your location, there are 5 other locations on it. Sparta's face darkened, and his voice also became gloomy. He's my partner, not my master. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and shrugged. Fine, whatever you want. Anyway, that old guy doesn't think that you can succeed. He gave you 1 mission, but he gave me 6. According to you, I need to deal with 6 arrogant and ignorant old guys who don't know how to respect others? Shut up. Mouth. Sparta's expression was ferocious, and his glaring eyes were bloodshot. It could be seen that Jiang Zhao's previous trash talk did not have any real effect, but the words just now, especially the words about Hopkins, did hurt the shield's heart. How can Jiang Zhao spoil you like that? You have to hit where it hurts. The more irrational you are, the better it is for me. Jiang Zhao said, Catherine, show your Lord Shield the map. Let him see with his own eyes what mission Hopkins gave me. Of course, Catherine obeyed Jiang Zhao unconditionally. She hurriedly opened the map and faced Sparta. Sparta's eyes became even more bloodshot, and his breathing became heavier. His chest heaved up and down violently. He saw the map and the 6 marks on it. So he was deceived. Of course, deception was not the most important thing. What hurt him the most was distrust. It was contempt. It was contempt. The older one got, the more they cared about their pride, especially for this old guy who had once been glorious. He was still immersed in the memories of his rule and could not tolerate any contempt. However, Hopkins' map had already shown everything. From the bottom of his heart, Hopkins did not think that Sparta could win at all. Otherwise, there would be no need to mark the route behind, and there would be no need to draw out the route behind. Jiang Zhao tilted his head slightly and said with a smile, What's wrong? Are you sad? Why don't you become my disciple and become my believer? You may not believe it, but I can give you what Hopkins can give you. I'm not a pet, nor am I a believer. I'm equal to him. Sparta suddenly turned to look at Jiang Zhao, raised a finger, and said, Remember what I said. You will die. Within 30 seconds, Jiang Zhao shrugged. I'm looking forward to it. F***CK. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao suddenly turned sideways, and a 2-handed axe brushed past his shoulder. It was a close shave. Sparta flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Zhao, slashing down with a double-sided axe in his hand. The axe was mixed with a wave of star power, and it even felt like it was going to tear the space apart. Of course, Jiang Zhao did not give it away for nothing. Before his brain could react, his body had already moved. The moment he dodged sideways, the scorching sun blade in his hand swung at the muscular man in front of him like it had done thousands of times before. Ding! The giant axe in Sparta's hand landed heavily on the ground. He did not resist, but the double-sided axe above his head blocked Jiang Zhao's scorching sunblade. In an instant, waves of blue star power intertwined with the grayish-red, scorching sun star power. Kacha! 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 Sparta's expression suddenly changed. The double-sided axe in the illusory hand above his head was his star martial transformation. It was the invincible and proudest weapon in his heart. It was the double-sided axe that had reached the 2nd stage of star martial transformation. However, at this moment, the double-sided axe that had reached the 2nd stage of star martial transformation was actually split apart inch by the scorching sun blade in Jiang Zhao's hand. It was torn apart inch by inch. This, Sparta could not care less. He swung the axe in his hand and slashed at Jiang Zhao again. Can't afford to play. Can't afford to play. Jiang Zhao almost stomped his feet and cursed. Damn it, you have 4 hands. 2 of your star martial transformations, and you're taking turns to chop me? Jiang Zhao flashed and instantly appeared behind Sparta. He held the blade in his right hand and stabbed forward while his left hand suddenly reached behind him. A space door suddenly opened behind him, and he threw out a giant steel blade. Jiang Zhao immediately grabbed the giant steel blade in his hand. In an instant, the ordinary steel blade was soaked in waves of scorching sun star power. When Jiang Zhao held the blade in his left hand and slashed at Sparta, it had completely transformed into the scorching sun blade that was covered in cracks on the ground. In an instant, there was a storm of blood. Catherine clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Her body could not help but tremble slightly, and her heart was beating violently. Catherine was probably the only person in this world who was lucky enough to accompany the 2 prophets as an ally. Catherine knew very little about Hopkins. To her, Hopkins was an old man who exuded a mysterious aura from head to toe, even his hair. No one knew his true strength, and Catherine had never seen him fight with anyone. However, Catherine was very clear about one thing, and that was that she could not resist at all. Catherine obediently did everything that Hopkins asked of her. Whether it was her current image, her attitude towards people, even the way she spoke, or the size of her steps, they were all in accordance with the requirements of the great prophet. As for the little prophet in front of her, although Catherine had not been fortunate enough to see the old prophet fight, she had seen the strength of the little prophet. He was actually this strong. He was actually a great shield warrior at the end of the Heartsteel Star stage. Could it be that when he dealt with Plato's team, he was just playing around? Or did the little prophet grow too fast? As it turned out, bigger was not necessarily better. Of course, Jiang Zhao's Scorching Sunblade was not small either. After all, its foundation was a giant blade. However, compared to Sparta's double-sided giant axe, the Scorching Sunblade did seem a little small. However, the giant axe that had turned into a star martial transformations twice seemed fragile in front of the Scorching Sunblade. It was also proven that 4 hands might not be able to defeat 2 hands. The seemingly harmless young man did not have bulging muscles, a huge body, a round, angry eyes, or a beast-like roar. But, however, such a young man was far more terrifying than the burly man with the giant axe. They were both valiant, but a higher level of arrogance and domineeringness. Can you imagine the scene of a small sports car crazily attacking a large off-road vehicle? Crack! A crisp shattering sound was heard. The giant axe in Sparta's hand was actually chopped into pieces by Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao swung the giant blade again, without adjusting his movements at all. With the inertia, he continued to slash the giant blade towards the ground. The giant blade that was slashing towards the ground should not have caused any damage to Sparta. After all, he had locked on a wrong target, but whoosh! Jiang Zhao flashed on the spot. He instantly adjusted his position. It was amazing. The strength and angle of the slash did not change, but the Scorching Sunblade that was slashing towards the ground was slashing towards Sparta's forehead. Sparta's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly flashed and retreated. Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Sparta, who was dozens of meters away and panting heavily. At this moment, there were only 2 illusory hands above his head, and the double-sided giant axe had already been shattered. Jiang Zhao's hands drooped naturally, and the Scorching Sun blade landed on the ground, causing the surrounding grass to instantly turn into charred soil. He said, "Sparta, you're indeed a senior. We agreed to teach each other to respect each other, but you secretly learn it first?" "Shut up." Sparta gritted his teeth and squeezed those words out of his mouth. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the blood in his chest surged. He suddenly half-knelt on the ground and picked up a double-sided giant axe from the ground. As he waved his palms, a series of stars smashed onto his body. Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this the buff? So is this guy saying he's getting serious?" Jiang Zhao grinned. "Catherine. Sir, what can I do for you?" Catherine hurriedly snapped back to her senses. Jiang Zhao said, "King Crushing Hoop." "This?" Catherine looked at Jiang Zhao dumbfoundedly and asked, "Sir, are you sure? Space-time gap and calamity ruin are the only 2-star techniques you have left." "I'm sure." Jiang Zhao nodded slightly and slowly raised the Scorching Sun blade to point at Sparta. "This time, if you want to escape again, you won't be able to escape as gracefully as before." Sparta roared furiously and dragged his giant axe while being surrounded by stars. There was a thin mist under his feet as he charged towards Jiang Zhao frantically. His speed was obviously much faster than before. While Sparta was sprinting, he swung his giant axe frantically, and a series of axe blade storms burst out. Jiang Zhao gripped the giant sword tightly and swung it violently. Poke, pick, hack, slash, the densely packed arcs of the axe blade were smashed by Jiang Zhao one by one. Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, this little boat rocked amidst the raging waves, revealing 2 words: wave, steady. The off-road vehicle and the sports car were extremely close to each other. When the two of them were only 5 meters away from each other, Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed, and the scorching sun blade in his right hand suddenly flew out. At the same time, Jiang Zhao tensed his thighs and darted out. The giant sword that was spinning at an extremely fast speed was clearly beyond Sparta's expectations. Catherine had long activated the king-crushing ring, and Sparta, who couldn't flash, had no choice but to subconsciously raise the giant axe in his hand to block the unexpected and extremely fast attack at such a short distance. Kacha! It shattered. It shattered with a single blow. The scorching sun blade was blasted away, and the giant axe in Sparta's hand that had undergone the second star martial transformation suddenly shattered. Catherine covered her mouth with one hand. Jiang Zhao and the giant sword that he had thrown out were charging forward at the same time. However, the giant sword was spinning horizontally at an extremely fast speed, while Jiang Zhao was charging forward parallel to the ground. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded to Diamond Quality Level 9. Jiang Zhao vaguely seemed to have received some incredible information. Screech! The blade penetrated his flesh. Don't forget that Jiang Zhao had thrown out a sword, but he still had another in his left hand. The terrifying scorching sun blade instantly tore through Sparta's terrifying steel-like defense. In fact, when the scorching sun blade pierced into Sparta's chest, it instantly burned the skin around his wound into charred soil. Scorching sun is like fire, but also like me. Into stars. I'm killing into stars. One of the gods who conquered the European continent? Then you should be glad that you became a god 60 years ago. At that time, I didn't exist yet. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. Usually, Sparta would use absolute power to destroy all living beings, but today, he faced the same outcome. The giant blade, made of pure scorching sun star power, tore apart his giant axe, tore apart his buffs, and even pierced through his terrifyingly tough skin, piercing through his muscular body. The scorching sun blade now had more than just one void scourge star slot. Back then, just one scorching sun star slot had completely changed the background of Jiang Zhao's star map. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was about to explode with 7 scorching sun star slots. Boom! Boom! Wearing a cloak, Jiang Zhao flew forward with a large off-road vehicle and blasted through the entire wooden house before crashing into a giant tree in the distance. The moment the tip of the scorching sun blade that penetrated Sparta's body pierced into the giant tree, the tree was instantly burned to a charred color that spread all the way to the tall branches and leaves. On the giant tree, the dense green leaves rapidly withered and turned into dust under the gentle breeze. Sparta leaned against the tree with his eyes widened, but his gaze was dull. He looked down at Jiang Zhao in a daze and let out an unconscious moan while blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Zhao said, "King Broken Hoop." Catherine didn't dare to delay and hurriedly canceled the King Broken Hoop. Jiang Zhao opened the space door and waved the scorching sun blade in his hand. He then swept Sparta into his space with a whip kick. Kacha! This whip kick also smashed the char trees behind him into smithereens. Behind the door was Jiang Shou, who was standing silently. Seeing that Sparta was flying over, Jiang Shou stabbed the wound caused by the scorching sun blade into Sparta's chest. A star map of the sea-devouring soul lit up on Jiang Shou's body. He looked up at Sparta and said softly, "Don't be a god. Be my mecha. I'll take you to slay a god." The 5,400-word chapter will never get stuck. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. In addition, he shamelessly asked for a few tips. This was the first time he had shamelessly asked for a few tips since he started the book. The main reason was that he was still short of 4 Alliance Masters. Then, the book would have the achievements and medals of the 100 Alliance Masters. That would also be a worthy achievement. I'm just short of 4 Alliance Masters. I'll try my best to fight for them. Is there any boss who would like to lend me a hand? In addition, all of you, please do what you can and don't interfere with normal life. I'm cupping my fists. Chapter 1270. In second last ruins of calamity in the Xinglin courtyard of the capital, At 2 in the morning, it was the time to fall asleep. However, second last, who was lying on the lower berth, was staring at the upper berth with her eyes wide open. The little fellow on the upper berth was breathing erratically and tossing and turning from time to time. She seemed to be having trouble falling asleep. Finally, second last couldn't take it anymore. If he wanted to sleep next to her, he had to ensure that it was clean, not to mention that the upper and lower berths were so close. She asked, "Can't sleep?" "Yeah." Jiang Xiao, who was lying on the upper berth, rested his head on the soft pillow and looked up at the dark and deep sky with a complicated expression. After some thought, he said, "I have a piece of news to tell you, but you have to promise me that I won't be impulsive." Clearly, second last knew that Hopkins had barged into the Dragon Cave. In the Xinglin army, Jiang Xiao could choose not to tell anyone about it in order to avoid his companion's worries. However, it was obviously unrealistic to hide it from second last. Hence, he might as well tell her now to avoid future conflicts. Huh? Second last stared at the bed quietly. She thought that Jiang Xiao was moaning because she had brought too much supper and he was too full. It seemed that he had encountered some problems in the Dragon Cave. It can't be. Where else in this world can Jiang Xiao be in danger? Jiang Xiao flipped over and lay on the bed while holding onto the edge of the bed with one hand. He then popped his head out of the bed and looked at second last. "I might take a while to come back." Upon hearing this, second last got up abruptly and stood beside the bed while holding onto the edge of the bed. She then stared at Jiang Xiao and asked, "What happened? Did you destroy the Dragon Cave?" Jiang Xiao was speechless. At the same time, in Hopkins Ocean Ridge World, Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Star quality. Good steel should be spent on the blade. Jiang Xiao was not stingy at all and threw 10,000 points into the Xia family swordsmanship. Finally, he graduated another basic technique and reached the maximum level. All of a sudden, a stream of techniques fused into Jiang Zhao's brain. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, there weren't any new tricks or flourishes. However, Jiang Xiao felt a sense of mastery. With the giant sword in his hand, he truly understood what it meant to do as he pleased. He no longer rigidly adhered to the various forms of the giant blade technique. His movements, routines, and even the footwork to complement the giant blade technique were no longer as rigid as before. From the exquisite high-level techniques to the low-level techniques, there seemed to be a line that connected everything Jiang Xiao knew about the giant blade. This feeling, Fong Tian Halberd leveled up. Diamond grade, level 1. Fong Tian Halberd leveled up. Diamond grade, level 2. Fong Tian Halberd leveled up. Diamond grade, level 3. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The giant blade technique had nothing to do with the square sky halberd technique. However, after the giant blade skill was maxed out, the polearm skill actually grew exponentially. What was going on? Comprehend by analogy? Was it a bonus from his mastery of the movement technique and footwork after he reached the peak of his great blade technique? But why don't dagger mastery and battle saber mastery have the effect of parallel comprehension? Is it because the square sky halberd is the same as the giant blade? They're both two-handed, large-scale weapons. In a battle, there are some aspects that have the same effect through different means. Catherine did not dare to disturb Jiang Xiao and simply waited quietly for Little Prophet's orders. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao finally said, "Let's go next." Behind him, Catherine stepped forward and said softly, "Sir, you should rest a little longer. I can brew a pot of tea and make some snacks for you." Jiang Xiao said, "Let's go." As he spoke, Jiang Xiao floated up and Catherine hurriedly caught up with him. Finally, he took a look at the messy battlefield below. There were collapsed wooden houses, broken trees, scars all over the place, and a cracked and charred land, perhaps. This is what a top-notch Star Warrior looks like after a battle. While thinking about it, Catherine flew behind Jiang Xiao with an even more respectful expression. She also seemed to have become more cautious. After finding the first stop, it was much easier to find the second stop. According to the route given on the map, the two of them flew all the way north for less than 20 minutes and saw a magnificent manor on a vast grassland. In the huge courtyard of the manor, there were also white horses galloping with rainbow-colored manes. In their line of sight, there was a group of men and women from the Rainbow Clan who had excellent physical appearance. They were dressed in clothes that were similar to those of human society and were extremely particular about their clothes. They seemed to be participating in a horsemanship competition. In the huge courtyard of the manor, there were all kinds of obstacles. A handsome young man from the Rainbow Clan was wearing an expensive knight's attire and riding a rainbow horse while completing his own competition. Noticing that two people were quickly floating in the sky, the huge men and women from the Rainbow Clan in the manor stopped and looked up at the sky. The group of handsome men and women sized up Jiang Xiao and Catherine from head to toe with a hint of curiosity and excitement on their faces. The aesthetic standards of the Rainbow Clan were similar to those of humans. Clearly, the Rainbow Clan admired Catherine, who was dressed in an expensive evening gown and had her hair tied up high. As for Jiang Xiao, well, he was dressed in a pitch-black cloak and looked especially mysterious. Clearly, the Rainbow Clan here should be in a state of isolation. Due to their absolute confidence in their abilities, they did not show much resistance or hostility towards the outsiders. Instead, they seemed to be eager to try. In a huge manor. No, in the huge horsemanship competition venue, there was only one judge's table, and there seemed to be an old man in a suit sitting behind it. He had white, curly hair and was wearing a black suit and a white shirt. The top two buttons of the white shirt were unbuttoned, and he looked unrestrained. There was a bright smile on his wrinkled face. He raised his head and looked at the two people who were floating in the sky. He then waved at Jiang Xiao. "Come, my friend." Jiang Xiao was speechless. This man was a far cry from the reckless Sparta from before. "Who is it?" Jiang Xiao asked. There was a look of reminiscence in Catherine's eyes. After thinking for a while, she said, "It's very likely that it's the prince codenamed Troy. He's also a member of the Prophet's team and one of the gods who conquered the European continent." "Ha!" Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "Don't label them as gods. They'll be easily slaughtered." Catherine pursed her lips and nodded gently without daring to refute. In fact, Jiang Zhao's existence was also shattering Catherine's faith time and time again. At the end of the day, Catherine was also a member of Planet Conversion. Before she met Jiang Xiao, she was also a devout believer who knelt in the pantheon every day and night and worshipped the gods. However, Jiang Xiao was subverting her worldview and tearing her beliefs and cognition apart. "Hello, friend. You're Jiang Xiaopi, right?" The old man stood up and buttoned up the abdomen button of his suit. Seeing that Jiang Xiao had floated down, he extended his right hand to Jiang Xiao in a friendly manner. However, Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Shouldn't such a glorious, king-level figure be so humble and kind? However, Jiang Xiao did not hesitate. He stood opposite the judge's table and extended his hand to shake hands with the suave old man. "Hello, Troy. Seems like you know me. Sit down and watch this competition. It's very exciting." Troy smiled and sat down before unbuttoning his suit again. He shook his head and pushed his shoulder-length curly hair to the back of his head. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable sense of elegance. "No, I'm in a hurry," Jiang Xiao said. Equestrian competition? Jiang Xiao was not in the mood to watch. Besides, even if Jiang Xiao had the time, he would not be interested. If it were basketball or kickboxing, Jiang Xiao would still be interested. But equestrian? To put it bluntly, Jiang Xiao? He did not understand. What was the point of this? If the knights were equipped with heavenly halberds, they would race and kill at the same time. The one who survived to the end would win. Jiang Xiao would still be interested. "Young man, it seems like you need to learn to be more mature." Troy raised his head and looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao nodded seriously and said, "Very good. You are already on the right track. Say a few more words. This way, the scene of our battle will be more exciting." Hearing this, Troy dragged out a long nasal sound and looked like he was thinking. It seemed like Jiang Zhao's response made him very confused. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao was also a little confused and asked, "What did Hopkins say to you?" Troy leaned back against the back of the chair and said, he said that he made a new friend and he will visit me in a few days. Jiang Shao was speechless. Troy looked at Jiang Shao thoughtfully and said, so, you are here to fight with me? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, yes or no, it's up to you. Behind him, Catherine's eyes flashed and she silently lowered her eyes. To others, this kind of conversation was nothing. But to Catherine, it was too dramatic. If the world knew who the person sitting in front of Jiang Shao was, what kind of glorious history he had, and how powerful he was, they would understand how domineering Jiang Zhao's words were at this moment. I am old, friend. I have forgotten how to fight. Troy smiled and shook his head. He turned around and waved his hand at a handsome rainbow youth behind him. Soon, the rainbow youth brought a chair and placed it on the opposite side of the judge's table and beside Jiang Shao. Troy took out a deck of poker cards and placed it on the judge's table. He said, if you are here to decide the winner, we can use another method, right? That way, you can go back and report to him. Jiang Shao frowned slightly. He seemed to understand the meaning behind Troy's words. Obviously, in Troy's heart, Hopkins was someone that he didn't want to offend. Choosing to use this method to decide the winner was also a form of protection for both sides. It was fine as long as they could report to each other. Faintly, Jiang Shao felt that Troy was afraid of Hopkins. Jiang Shao said, no, you misunderstood. I am not here to decide the winner with you. Also, I don't need to report to him. Oh, Troy's gray eyes suddenly lit up. That look, as if he had heard something incredible. Jiang Shao silently observed Troy. He seemed to be able to feel the other's psychological activity. It seemed that Troy had always thought that Jiang Shao was a new slave of Hopkins. Thank you for the 80,000 reward from the chief who suffered the cold wind for you. Boss is generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1271. A hint of excitement appeared on Troy's face as he said, then all the more reason for us to play a few rounds. Jiang Shao looked at the excited old man and said, I'm not interested. As he spoke, he waved at Catherine, who was standing next to him. In that case, there was no need for him to stay here. Troy suddenly said, the winner will ask the other party a question, and the other party must answer truthfully. How about that? Hearing this, Jiang Shao blinked. To be honest, Jiang Shao was rather interested in the suggestion. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm not sure if I can win you. I hardly play poker. Oh, friend, please rest assured. I won't cheat, and I don't care to cheat, Troy said while shuffling the cards. Troy looked up at Jiang Shao while shuffling the cards. I can tell that you also have some questions about Hopkins, right? I've been his teammate for decades. I know everything you want to know. Jiang Shao thought about it and sat down. Troy smiled and said, how about 24 points? Jiang Shao nodded and said, okay, let's compare the number of points. Troy was speechless. Then, Jiang Shao snatched the card from Troy's hand and spread them into a fan shape. He said simply and crudely, draw. Troy's expression was strange. He looked at the young man who didn't play by the rules and hesitated for a moment before casually drawing a card. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly and gestured to Troy's card. Friend, I said I won't cheat. I don't care to cheat, Troy said while flipping the card in his hand. It was a jack of hearts. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded and spread the cards in his hand. He picked a queen of hearts and placed it on the table. Okay, I win. Troy was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao ignored the dumbfounded Troy and asked directly, why did you survive in Hopkins Ocean Ridge world? Have you lost interest in the outside world? Troy stared at the queen of hearts in a daze. After a while, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and shook his white curly hair. Tilting his head, he gestured towards the beautifully built horse farm and said, do you think I look like someone who has lost interest in life? Jiang Shao said, no, it seems that you're full of passion for life. Troy shrugged his shoulders and said, what you see might not be the truth. In fact, I'm a prisoner, an old man who's been imprisoned here. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, Hopkins is your teammate, a teammate who conquered the European continent together. Why would he imprison you? Did something happen? Troy snatched the cards from Jiang Zhao's hand. There are quite a few questions. Now, it's your turn to draw. As he spoke, Troy waved his hand and spread the cards evenly on the table from left to right. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's body stiffened. The elegant smile on Troy's face gradually changed. From sunny and suave, it instantly became evil. He lowered his head slightly and looked up at Jiang Zhao. It seems that you've lost. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened. He couldn't move his limbs and head, but he didn't lose the right to speak. Is that so? Troy's palm moved from right to left, putting away the cards that were spread out. You shouldn't have let me do this, child. From the moment you sat on a gambling table without any precaution, you've already won or lost. It's only a matter of time. Sigh. In the distance, Catherine's expression was extremely complicated. She didn't know what to do. As he spoke, a puppet star map bloomed in front of Troy's chest, and it was a marionette star map. As Troy's fingers shook slightly, Jiang Zhao's body was like a marionette as he gently raised his arm. Troy smiled and said, "Now we can have some fun." Under Troy's control, Jiang Zhao reached out to take the cards and began to shuffle them skillfully. Jiang Zhao said, "So all of this is fake. It's a scam." Troy pursed his lips and said, "Regarding the prisoner, my answer is very sincere. He promised me that if I kill you, he'll let me return to the outside world and give me freedom." While being manipulated to shuffle the cards, Jiang Zhao said, "Maybe you should have controlled me when we shook hands." Troy shook his head and smiled. However, he stepped on the ground and said, "At that time, I was still carefully activating the King Broken Ring underground and preparing for my star martial arts. You're a powerful star warrior, right? You won't let me wave my hand in front of you and remain indifferent, right?" Jiang Zhao said while being manipulated to deal the cards. "Maybe we can talk." Oh, Troy suddenly hooked his index finger. Smack! Jiang Zhao raised his left hand abruptly and slapped himself in the face. Troy chuckled and said, "Kid, maybe you should shut up and play with me for the last round of your life." Jiang Zhao remained expressionless and moved his jaw. "I originally wanted to talk to you and provide you with some other paths in life. But, to be honest, you've made everything easier." Troy suddenly leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table. He looked at Jiang Zhao with interest and said, "Who do you think you are? Why should I negotiate with someone who's about to die? Apart from spatial star techniques, there's no way you can escape from my star map. Come on, kid, please surprise me. I'm waiting." Jiang Zhao said quietly, "You will, very soon." How long do I have to wait exactly?" Troy casually picked up a poker card and said, "Your mouth seems to be stronger than your strength." Jiang Zhao said quietly, "Please cherish the few seconds you're still alive." Smack! It was another slap, and Jiang Zhao's head was tilted to the side by his own palm. There was a burning pain on his face. Jiaoyang endurance really lives up to its name. Really? It hurts. Jiang Zhao spat out a mouthful of saliva. There was no anger, no cursing, just like a stone man without any emotions. Troy, Troy asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Zhao said, "You won't know that this is the moment when you'll truly lose your freedom." The King of Spades in Troy's hand. Suddenly, a layer of astral power appeared. "Maybe I should slit your neck first and let a corpse play with me here. Then I'll go back and report." Corpses aren't as talkative as you are. Troy's expression stiffened and his brain was in a mess. His gaze that was previously filled with a victorious look immediately became extremely muddled. He clutched his head tightly with both hands. His face suddenly became incomparably distorted, and his body also began to tremble slightly. Jiaoyang enmity, negative state, chaos. In a daze, Troy vaguely heard the sound of a table being flipped. In a state of extreme confusion, he could no longer continue using star transformation. Jiang Zhao, who had long activated Jiaoyang enmity, had been waiting for a long time. As a marionette star map that controlled a human's body, the output was of course continuous. Although the probability of Jiaoyang enmity being triggered was only 7%, as long as Troy continued to work hard to control Jiang Zhao's body, enmity would definitely be triggered. When his body was being controlled, Jiang Shao would not be able to use any of the star techniques that required accompanying moves. However, Imity could be activated without any accompanying moves. Bang! The card table was suddenly lifted and a pile of cards scattered and fell from the sky. The sky was filled with cards, and Jiang Zhao's figure had already passed through the layers of cards. The Jiao Yang blade in his hand instantly pierced through Troy's chest. Screech! The blade penetrated his flesh. Catherine, who was far away, widened her eyes in surprise. That sound sounded so perfect to her ears. Troy felt a chill run down his spine, and his eyes suddenly widened while his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. By the time he reacted, he had already been hugged by the young man in front of him. To be exact, Jiang Shao held the sword in his right hand and stabbed him in the chest. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao's left arm was wrapped around Troy's neck. Jiang Shao moved his lips close to Troy's ear and whispered, "I'm different from Hopkins. At least he gave you hope." While speaking, Jiang Shao waved his hand and a space door opened behind him. With the chaos in Troy, his star map, including the King Broken Ring that he secretly activated underground, had all disappeared. Jiang Shao kicked Troy into the space door not far away. As the giant blade was pulled out of his body, a large amount of blood poured down and stained the cards on the ground. The sea engulfing robe stretched out its collar and wiped the blood off Jiang Zhao's face. The blood that was splattered on Jiang Zhao's body disappeared without a trace after being melted by the water of star power of the sea engulfing robe. Jiang Shao turned to look at Catherine and said, "Let's go." Next. While speaking, Jiang Shao looked around and nodded slightly at the huge group of rainbow men and women before floating up. Catherine resisted the trembling in her heart and lowered her head, saying softly, "Yes, sir." She only needed one chance. The legendary star god, Prince Troy, in front of him from the start to the end of the battle, it really only took half a second. Why did Troy's face suddenly turn pale, and why did he suddenly hug his head with both hands, losing control of the star map and the maintenance of the King Broken Ring? Catherine didn't know. She didn't want to and didn't dare to find out. Leaving behind the blood-stained poker cards on the ground and the overturned table, she chased after the figure in the black cloak in front of her and quickly flew up into the sky. In the horse field, the handsome men and beautiful women of the rainbow race looked at each other and didn't dare to act rashly. They just watched the two of them leave until the figure disappeared into the sky. "Ha!" A rainbow youth threw the riding hat on his head onto the ground. "The slave master is dead. I can finally stop playing this boring game." He ran his fingers through his golden hair, which shone brightly under the sunlight. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" A series of hats fell onto the ground. A rainbow youth wrapped his arm around the waist of the girl beside him and kissed her passionately. Jiang Shao did not know that on the second day after he left, the men and women of the Rainbow Clan had erected a huge statue for him in this huge manner. "Thank you, Leader Panda Boy, for the reward. Boss is generous. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1272. Jiang Shao and Catherine flew all the way to the northeast, passed through a forest, followed the flowing river, and flew in the direction of the coastline. It was getting late, and the sun was setting. The crimson clouds dyed the distant sky red, adding a special charm to the beautiful scenery of the peninsula. At this point in time, Jiang Shao and Catherine saw a small wooden hut standing on the cliff. The wooden hut faced the sea, and the backyard of the wooden hut was filled with a sea of flowers. Amidst the sound of waves crashing against the reef, Jiang Shao and Catherine slowly stopped in midair and looked down. In his line of sight, behind the slightly dilapidated cabin, was an extremely beautiful sea of flowers. Among the flowers, there was a white-haired old lady with her head lowered and hands behind her back. Her clothes were very ordinary and somewhat masculine. The light color plaid shirt seemed to be for men and should have been worn for many years. Although it looked a little shabby, it was very clean. Anyone who saw the old lady for the first time would think of her as skinny. She was simply too skinny, like a bamboo pole. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her down. There was a gentle breeze, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The rising and falling waves also brought the salty and humid smell of the sea, which mixed with the fragrance of the flowers to form a special smell. Such a scene was beautiful enough. What made the scene even more desolate was that there was a tombstone in front of the old lady who was standing with her head lowered and hands behind her back. There was also a special grave next to the tombstone. The grave seemed to have been dug out not long ago, and there was a pile of soil next to it. It was empty. The old lady turned around, raised her head slightly, and looked at Jiang Shao and Catherine who were standing in the sky. She sized them up for a moment, then fixed her eyes on Jiang Shao and said, "You're here." "Yes, I'm here." Jiang Shao nodded gently and slowly landed in the courtyard of the Sea of Flowers. The old lady turned her head and looked at the tombstone in front of her again. She said, "You're here to take my life." Jiang Shao also looked at the tombstone and said, "What about you? Did Hopkins promise you that as long as you kill me, he'll give you freedom?" The old lady shook her head and said, "I don't need that." Jiang Shao frowned slightly. After witnessing Troy's deceitful behavior just now, Jiang Shao naturally knew what their goal was. The old lady said, "From the direction you're flying, you seem to be from Sparta and Troy." Jiang Shao couldn't understand the words on the tombstone and simply said, "Okay." The old lady asked, "Are they all dead?" Jiang Shao said, "Okay." Sigh. The old granny shook her head as a bitter smile appeared on her face, saying, "It's time to accompany him." The old lady then turned around and faced Jiang Shao. Her wrinkled face was imprinted with the traces of time. She suddenly said, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and did not respond. She pointed to the empty grave at the side and said, "After you complete your mission, can you bury me here?" Still vigilant, Jiang Shao asked in a low voice, "What did Hopkins tell you?" The old lady smiled, and there seemed to be a hint of disdain between her brows. "He said that he found one of his kind. New gods always have to step on the bones of old gods to ascend to the throne." Jiang Shao shook his head silently and said, "I'm not the same kind of person as him. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." "Whatever." The old lady did not respond and only smiled. She walked to the empty grave and silently closed her eyes. She said, "You can do it now." The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the old lady's body, painting her skinny figure with a layer of orange. Jiang Shao looked at the tombstone and asked, "Who is he?" She replied, "My lover." Jiang Shao asked, "What happened?" The old lady opened her eyes again and looked at the tombstone at the side. She said, "He's old. When the time comes, he doesn't want me to extend his life anymore. I've spent my entire life with him, and I've always respected him. In fact, I've always regretted it. Maybe that was the last time I should have been more willful." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said quietly, "When I saw Sparta, he said that he wanted to use my flesh and blood to spill all over his courtyard. When I saw Troy, he invited me to a game of cards and tried to control me, using my life in exchange for his freedom. You, on the other hand, dug your own grave." The old lady looked at Jiang Zhao's young face and said calmly, "I don't need freedom. In fact, I don't have anything to miss in this world. I just promised him that I would live. Otherwise, what you see here should be 2 tombstones. Now, you've come to me with the victory of a shield warrior and a rules awakened. Obviously, I can't survive. I'm just a medical awakened." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "What a coincidence, me too." The old lady looked slightly surprised. After a while, she shook her head and smiled. "All right, it doesn't matter anymore. Let's do it." Jiang Shao was silent for a few seconds and said, "Sorry, ma'am. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to fulfill your wish." "Oh." The old lady was obviously stunned. She looked at Jiang Shao with her turbid eyes and said, "You have to think about the consequences. I don't know what your abilities are, but if you disobey Hopkins's will, he will make you wish you were dead." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not his believer, nor am I his disciple. nor am I his subordinate." Hearing this, the old lady's eyes widened slightly, as if she had heard something incredible. After a while, she said, "If you're not here to kill me, please leave now. He likes peace." Jiang Shao said, "Would you like to talk to me about Hopkins?" Then, Jiang Shao turned to look at Catherine in the distance and said, "I heard you have hot tea and cakes." "Yes, sir." Catherine immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. She hurriedly opened the space gate and stepped in. The old lady frowned deeply. While she was hesitating, Jiang Shao had already walked to the grave of her late husband. He waved his hand, and a space gate opened. Jiang Shao put his hand in and seemed to have grabbed something. When he took it out again, it was a bouquet of lilies from the Flower Sea Ranch. Jiang Shao bent down slightly and put the white flowers in front of the tombstone. He said softly, "Sorry, sir. I'm sorry to bother you." The old lady looked at this scene in a daze. She also saw Jiang Shao straightening up and turning his head to look at her. There was a trace of curiosity in his eyes, which was full of respect for her. The old lady was silent for a while. Then, she turned around and walked out of the courtyard. On the cliff, there was a small table and 2 wooden chairs. Catherine brought over a plate of delicate pastries and a pot of steaming hot scented tea. Jiang Shao looked at Catherine and said, "Go and change your clothes. I feel uncomfortable just looking at you." "Yes, sir." Catherine did not hesitate at all. She seemed to have forgotten all of the old prophet's requests. She opened the teleportation portal and walked in. Jiang Shao looked at the old lady and said, "Jiang Xiaopi." She replied, "Akiso." "Akiso? I think he's the god of medicine from ancient Greek mythology," Jiang Shao said with a smile. "The codenames of your team are very interesting. I think I can find some clues in storybooks. This Akiso seems to be the name of a goddess." Akiso nodded and changed the topic. "What's your relationship with Hopkins?" Jiang Shao picked up a piece of cake and tossed it into his mouth. "It's a little complicated, but in general, I'm an enemy, not a friend." Akiso was a little bewildered and asked, "Since you're enemies, why did you follow his request and come here? Were you threatened by him?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm the same as you guys. I think I've been imprisoned by him. When he threw me in, Hopkins gave me a map. Since I had nothing to do here, I decided to look at it one by one. However, the Spartans are very unfriendly, and the Trojans are very sinister and cunning. They wanted my life, so I killed them." "Hee hee." Akiso laughed and said, "They're already so old, yet they're still blinded by greed. They actually think they can regain their freedom." Jiang Shao asked curiously, "As Hopkins's close comrades in arms, why are you imprisoned here?" Akiso asked, "What kind of person is Hopkins in your heart?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "He seems gentle and easygoing on the surface, but he's actually unscrupulous and ruthless." Akiso sighed softly with a look of reminiscence in his turbid eyes. In the beginning, he was a sincere, kind, and ambitious young man. We followed such a leader and fought all over the world. Finally, we came to the alien planet. But as time passed, he slowly changed. He no longer respected life. Maybe his hands were stained with too much blood, so he didn't care anymore. He no longer listened to people's opinions, and he was the only voice in the team. He became arrogant and conceited. In the end, he built an empire and ruled the entire European continent. Akiso looked at Jiang Shao and said, "That was the beginning of the nightmare." Jiang Shao asked, "What happened?" Akiso said, "Maybe he thought that this world could no longer bring him any challenges. His personality became more and more eccentric, and he also became moody. Until the 3rd month after the empire was established, because of a small matter, he showed his butcher's knife to the Golden Feather Clan." "The Golden Feather Clan? The Golden Feather Traveler of Lanchi?" Akiso said, "With our help and persuasion, he didn't exterminate the Golden Feather Clan. However, only a small part of the Golden Feather Clan was left, and he threw them into this sea ridge space as prisoners. Similarly, those of us who tried to persuade him were also thrown into this place. The Golden Feather Walkers were the founding astral beasts of the Empire. Hopkins suddenly went berserk and massacred this race. As a result, the empire that had just been established began to fall apart. At this point, Akiso smiled and said, "You know, Sparta, Troy, and Poseidon were all members of the team who firmly followed their leader. They didn't participate in persuading or stopping him, but they were thrown into this place like the other members of our team. Their fates were the same. 50 years? 60 years?" Akiso sighed softly. "I don't know. I've been imprisoned here for a long time. I don't know what the outside world has become." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "If I'm not mistaken, after he threw you in, he destroyed the empire with his own hands. However, most of the races are still there. The only one missing is the Golden Feather Traveler race. It seems that there are some mysterious underwater giants, the star beasts that ascended with Hopkins on the mural on the altar." Akiso said, "Subjects of the Dead Sea? If you continue to move forward, you will see them. After so many years, the Dead Sea tribe, which was almost exterminated by Hopkins in the past, has slowly recovered its numbers." Jiang Shao nodded silently and said, "Why did Hopkins become so ferocious?" Akiso shook his head and said, "It is said that the elders of the Golden Feather Traveler race wanted to expand the Empire's territory and advance towards Asia along the direction of Eastern Europe. I don't know how many times he has requested and negotiated, but Hopkins suddenly became violent and did such an unbelievable thing. When he slaughtered the Golden Feather Traveler race, he kept repeating one sentence. Zhang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "What?" Akiso said, "Everything is no longer important." Zhang Xiao was speechless. Behind him, a space door opened. Catherine, who had long hair and was wearing a black dress, walked out. Although she still seemed to be dressed up, compared to the expensive evening dress from before, it was considered a lower standard. Akiso glanced at Catherine and said, "She is your servant." Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, "She is Hopkins' servant. He sent her to monitor me." Akiso raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhang Zhao's calm expression. He could not help but shake his head and smile. "You are an interesting person." Catherine picked up the teapot and poured tea for Zhang Xiao, but she did not refute. She knew what she should say and what she should do. Akiso said, "According to your current route, you will have another enemy." Jiang Xiao hooked his finger at Catherine. Catherine took out the map and handed it to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao unfolded the map and looked at it. There were 6 locations. If Akiso and his wife were included, Jiang Xiao had already visited for old gods. No matter how he looked at it, there were still 2 left. Why was there only one enemy? Could it be that there were also people who died in those 2 locations? Akiso leaned over to look at the map in Jiang Zhao's hand and said, "It looks a little old. According to the location marked on it, my husband and I have not established a relationship yet. We have not moved here to live together." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. This map is actually a map from 60 years ago. Akiso looked at it carefully and moved along the coastline. Then he pointed at the red X on the Alps and said, "Maybe you should go to the finish line and visit her first." Jiang Xiao asked, "Who is she?" Akiso said, "She used to be Hopkins's lover. Now, she is Hopkins's prisoner. She's also his enemy. She knows Hopkins better than any of us. If Hopkins is also your enemy, she will be very willing to help you." "I mean in any way?" Jiang Xiao asked. "What is her name?" Akiso said, "Gaia." Jiang Xiao could not help but grin and said, "You guys really dare to name her?" Akiso looked at Jiang Xiao seriously and said, "Trust me, she deserves this code name. Although she's also a member of this team, the difference in strength between her and the others is unimaginable. How do you define Hopkins's strength?" Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "It's very tricky. I don't even know where to start." Akiso nodded and pointed at the red X on the Alps. Then he said, "You will find the same feeling in her." Jiang Xiao nodded and picked up the teacup on the table. He drank the flower tea in one gulp and said, "You can live in my space. One day, when I leave this ocean ridge world, I will let you out." To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Akiso shook her head and refused decisively. Jiang Xiao thought about it and stood up. He said, In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. Akiso nodded and did not say anything else. Let's go. Jiang Shao gestured to Catherine beside him. With a flash, they went to the Alps. Akiso sat quietly on the chair and listened to the sound of the waves hitting the reef. It was as if she had turned into a stone gazing at her husband. After some time, she picked up the teacup on the table and drank the flower tea that had already cooled down. She stood up. Her body was as thin as a bamboo pole, making one worry that she would be blown away by the sea breeze. She left the cliff and walked back to the courtyard of her wooden hut. In the sea of flowers, she stood in front of her husband's grave again and said softly, "I promise you that I would continue to live in this world." The news that he was coming made me see hope and the light at the end of the tunnel. However, I didn't expect. I've waited bitterly for so many days, but I didn't get the ending I wanted. I'm sorry, maybe I'm going to go back on my word. I've been rehearsing this in my mind for a long time, imagining the scene of us reuniting again. But he's not here to kill me. You can feel the disappointment in my heart, right? You can definitely. As Akiso spoke, she walked to the empty grave, turned around, and lay down. Bang! A cloud of dust flew everywhere. A withered hand reached out from the empty grave. A gust of wind blew and the soil on the ground surged into the grave. Just like I said before, I should be stubborn for once. Soil surged into the grave continuously, burying it and filling it up. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the sea breeze was accompanied by the sound of waves hitting the reef. The sea breeze swept past the cliff, past the cold tea on the table, and blew away the crumbs of pastries. Gusts of sea breeze passed through the wooden hut and blew into the courtyard. It was mixed with the fragrance of the sea of flowers in the courtyard and surrounded the two graves. Two quiet graves. Chapter 1273. The sun was setting in the east of the Alps. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Jiang Shao and Catherine floated at an altitude of more than 3,000 meters above the ground and searched around. The mountain in front of them was covered with green grass and dotted with white wildflowers. The mountains in the distance were covered in snow, and the transition between winter and summer was visible to the naked eye. It was truly a marvelous sight. Jiang Shao held onto the map and passed the third last stop, which was also the place where Akiso's late husband used to live. He also passed the second last stop and followed Akiso's guidance to the destination, the Alps. He followed the map and looked for possible wooden houses, manors, and other living buildings. Unfortunately, it was a primitive terrain with green grass and no traces of human habitation. Jiang Shao, who was wearing a cloak, slowly landed on a patch of grass and said, "Akiso once said that this map is from decades ago. Maybe the Star Warrior codenamed Gaia no longer lives here." Catherine remained silent and did not respond. Jiang Shao squatted down and picked up a pale yellow wildflower from the ground. "In that case, Sparta, Troy, and Akiso are really unlucky. We found them by following the map. They probably stayed in that place for 50 or 60 years, not daring to move around." Catherine stood behind Jiang Shao and pursed her lips, looking a little dazed. It seemed that she was thinking about herself now. Although she seemed to be free, she was actually just a bird in a cage. This time, under Hopkins's orders, she accompanied Jiang Shao to wander around, but she was not allowed to leave Jiang Zhao's side at all. Before that, she was also asked to live in a small house by the sea in the Mediterranean Sea and did not dare to leave. Jiang Shao sighed softly and twirled the pale, yellow petals with his fingers. He said softly, "Although it's a spatial star technique, it's a real planet. It's such a big world, but we can't go anywhere. We can only live in the marked places. Akiso is better. At least there's someone to accompany him." Halfway through his words, Jiang Shao and Catherine suddenly raised their heads and looked at the snow mountain in the distance. The sun had yet to set, and the orange-red light was still shining on the snow mountain in the distance. Normally speaking, Jiang Zhao's senses were inferior to Catherine's, but why were they able to raise their heads at the same time? Because the commotion on the other side was a little too big. Rumble. It was as if the earth was trembling, and the snow-capped mountains in the distance were showing signs of an avalanche. Large amounts of snow rolled down from the peak of the mountain, creating a snowy mist that filled the sky. Jiang Shao picked up the flowers and slowly stood up. Catherine also looked up at the mountain peak in the distance. Gradually, as the snow fog dissipated, Jiang Zhao's heart trembled violently. He saw a pair of huge bright eyes. The trembling of the earth and avalanches just now was because he had opened his eyes. How old was she? Is this still within the realm of human star warriors? This, her original body is one of the peaks in the Alps, right? In the majestic mountain peak, two huge eyes seemed to be able to speak. She looked at Jiang Shao and Catherine silently. Catherine's body trembled slightly, which was completely beyond her expectations. Catherine subconsciously moved her feet and hid half of her body behind Jiang Shao. On the other hand, Jiang Shao flashed and brought Catherine to the front of the pair of huge eyes. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, her pair of brown pupils emitted a strange light that could captivate one's soul. They did not look like the eyes of an elderly person. They were so clear and beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt how insignificant he was. Here, Jiang Shao picked up the flowers and handed them to the huge eyes. The pair of bright eyes blinked. Rumble, another boulder slid down from the mountain. To be exact, it slid down from her eyelids. The earth trembled slightly. Jiang Shao floated in the air and looked down, only to see the sound of rocks shattering coming from the majestic mountain peak. Slowly, a hand reached out from the mountain. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed as he watched the huge palm slowly rise. He also understood what the other party meant. Jiang Shao floated down and landed on her palm. To be exact, he landed on the side of her palm lines. Her palm was very strange. It was not purely made of flesh and blood. At least 70% of her skin was made of earth, which was made up of soil, stones, and grass. Hence, the scene was even more strange. It would be fine if she was a pure stone person, but the key was that about 30% of her skin and flesh was the same as a normal human's. In this huge palm, there were low trees, green grass, and stones. It was just like a normal wilderness environment. On her human skin, the lines on her palm were also clearly visible. Jiang Shao thought for a moment, then slowly inserted the flower in his hand into the soft grassland. The next moment, the grass beneath Jiang Zhao's feet suddenly blossomed with pale yellow flowers, forming a sea of flowers. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Jiang Shao raised his head in a daze and saw a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to have occupied Jiang Zhao's entire world. Bright, clean, pure, and even Jiang Shao felt the kindness of a mother. Jiang Shao smiled and waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. I'm not here to be someone else's son. On the ground, a piece of gravel swept up and formed a sentence in English. I haven't seen a stranger in a long time. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his head and look into her eyes. You didn't know that I was coming. The pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Shao silently and did not respond. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and gestured at the map in his hand. Hopkins gave me a map and told me to visit the old gods. To be honest, your existence has subverted my understanding of this world. It seems that Akiso's words make sense. Your codename is Gaia, right? It was also at this moment that the pile of gravel in front of Jiang Shao continuously gathered and quickly pieced together. The dense star power even forced Jiang Shao and Catherine to take a few steps back. Jiang Shao couldn't help but cover his eyes with one hand to block the terrifying wave of star power. A few seconds later, he saw a perfect stone statue through the gaps between his fingers. It was an ordinary-looking woman whose facial features were not outstanding. Due to the fact that she was made of stone, her pair of intelligent eyes did not have any brilliance. The stone statue spoke in a voice that sounded like rubbing and colliding stones. It was very uncomfortable. Hopkins. Yes, Hopkins threw me here, gave me a map, and asked me to visit the old god, Jiang Shao replied. The stone goddess looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Shao said, "Jiang Xiaopi from China." "No, I mean..." The stone statue looked at Jiang Shao silently and said, "To Hopkins, who are you?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "An enemy." After all, Akiso had said that Gaia and Hopkins were irreconcilable enemies. The stone goddess was slightly surprised, but her face was made of stone, so there was no change in her expression. She simply looked at Catherine and asked, "Who are you?" Catherine lowered her head respectfully and did not dare to lie. She said, "Hello, madam. I'm Hopkins' servant." The statue asked, "Why are you here?" Catherine's body tensed up, and she felt an unprecedented pressure. Her voice trembled as she said, "The prophet asked me to accompany the young man beside him to visit the gods." At the next moment, a pile of gravel swept out. No. In just 2 seconds, Catherine's miserable screams had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. When he turned to look at Catherine, her body had already been surrounded by a pile of gravel and was spinning rapidly. The whirlpool of gravel was tearing Catherine's body apart inch by inch. It was so fast that it was hair-raising, and the method was so ruthless that it made one shudder. In just 2 seconds, the gravel was scattered on the ground, smeared with bright red blood. However, Jiang Shao could not even find any bones. Catherine was dead. She died just like that. A star warrior who was at the peak of the starry sky did not even have a chance to resist. Even her screams and begging for mercy only lasted for less than 2 seconds. The stone goddess looked at Jiang Shao and said, "His people shouldn't appear in front of me." Jiang Shao looked at the statue in a daze and was at a loss for what to do. He raised his head and looked at the huge eye above his head. At this moment, he could no longer find the kindness he had before. All that was left was endless hatred. "You?" The gravel under the statue rolled and slowly came to Jiang Shao. She lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao. "What right do you have to be his enemy?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and looked at the blood-stained gravel at his feet. He kicked it casually and said, "That's a problem." "Gaia." A roar came from the distant sky. "Huh?" Jiang Shao turned around, only to see a tall and burly man dressed in tattered clothes. Judging from his attire, he seemed to be a fisherman. The stone goddess once again let out a strange voice that sounded like rubbing stones. It was very dignified. "Leave my land within 3 seconds. His next stop should have been me, not you." The fisherman in the sky was surrounded by water droplets and appeared above his palm in the blink of an eye. He stood in the air, looked down at Jiang Shao, and said, "He's the only bargaining chip I have to regain my freedom." Gaia seemed to be interested and asked why. Jiang Shao looked up at the fisherman and explained, "Because Hopkins promised them that he would give them freedom if they killed me." Hopkins looked for all his former team members, but it seems that he didn't look for you. "Oh." The pair of huge eyes in the sky brightened a little, and the voice of the goddess came from behind. "You've met many of my teammates." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Sparta is very hot-tempered and Troy is very sinister. As for Axo, she's very gentle. She misses her late husband and doesn't want freedom or my life, so I spared her life." The goddess said, "You mean Sparta and Troy are both dead?" Jiang Shao said, "Yes." The goddess said, "You killed them." Jiang Shao said, "I killed them." For a moment, there was silence, and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. In the sky, the fisherman looked at the eyes embedded in the magnificent mountain and said loudly, "He's mine. It's my turn now." On his palm, the stone goddess said, "Leave this place." The fisherman clenched his fists and sprinkled water droplets around him. His expression changed, and his attitude suddenly became gentle. From anger, he begged in a low voice, "Gaia, for the sake of our decades of friendship, don't do this. He's the only bargaining chip I have to regain my freedom." The goddess said again, "I'll say it one last time. Leave here." The fisherman's expression changed, and he became angry again. "Do you really not care about our past relationship? You must remember that before you truly became a god, I saved your life countless times. Rumble, Gaia's palm suddenly vibrated. Countless gravel floated into the air, and the short trees were torn apart by the dense astral power. The fisherman's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Obviously, he didn't dare to fight Gaia head-on. The fisherman clenched his teeth fiercely. As he flew backwards, he glared at Jiang Shao with an extremely dark gaze and squeezed out the words, "Don't leave the Alps. Remember my warning. It's best if you never leave this place." "Hey," Jiang Shao suddenly said and stopped the fisherman. "What's your name?" The fisherman paused. "Poseidon. See God? That's a really big name." Then Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at Poseidon. "You know, even if you kill me, your dream of freedom will never come true. Maybe you should think of another way out." "Huh." Poseidon laughed in disdain. He looked at Jiang Shao mockingly and turned to leave. "Hey," Jiang Shao said and stopped the fisherman again. This time, Jiang Shao turned around and looked up at the huge eye that was embedded in the mountain peak. Jiang Shao said, "You just asked me. What right do I have to be Hopkins' enemy?" On the magnificent mountain peak, the pair of eyes looked down and stared at Jiang Shao quietly. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the fisherman in the air. "You want to kill me and use my life to exchange for your freedom?" Poseidon stared at Jiang Shao and did not respond. Jiang Shao crooked his finger at the fisherman. "Come, I'll satisfy you." Gaia's eyes widened slightly, while the fisherman was overjoyed. He was about to move, but he stopped himself. He raised his head and looked at the pair of eyes in the mountain peak. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no hint of rejection in his eyes. On the contrary, Gaia's palm, the ground under Jiang Zhao's feet, began to shake again. In the distance, the giant fingers slowly flattened, as if to provide a wider battlefield for the two of them to fight. But in reality, just the surface area of the palm was enough. Jiang Shao stood on Gaia's palm like an ant on a human's palm. To Jiang Shao, the shallow lines on her palm were like deep ditches. Poseidon approached carefully. After confirming that Gaia had allowed this battle to happen, he landed firmly on her palm. A star map lit up in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. Slowly, he pulled out a blood-red sword from his chest. "I gave you a chance." Poseidon propped up the fisherman's hat and said, "These are your last words." Jiang Shao grinned. The flower blade in his hand was covered in cracks. He pointed it at Poseidon. "If that's the case, let's fight." Poseidon was covered in water droplets. He said darkly, "Remember, you asked for this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao smiled. "You're right, I brought all of this upon myself." Chapter 1274. Buzz, a melodious sound was heard. Poseidon waved his hand fiercely and a specter ship rushed out. "Star quality, Phantom Sea ship." Jiang Shao frowned. "Going all out at the beginning? Wall hangers? 6 at the beginning?" In a flash, Jiang Shao appeared behind Poseidon and slashed at Poseidon with the scorching sunblade. Smack! The scorching sun blade sliced Poseidon in half. Poseidon turned into water droplets and poured down. When the cold water droplets came into contact with the scorching sunblade, they even ignited into white steam. Right behind Jiang Shao, a giant scythe swept towards him. Jiang Shao did not even turn his head. With the giant scythe in hand, he flashed and appeared behind Poseidon again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scorching sun blade sliced Poseidon's body again. Poseidon's body turned into water droplets again and was burned in a white mist by the scorching sun blade. Nesting dolls? The two of them were always flashing behind each other. How long were they going to trap each other? After being sliced into pieces twice, Poseidon clearly did not want to play anymore. Earth Gaia's huge eyes stared at the battlefield from the mountain peak. As a god who had been famous for a long time, Poseidon was indeed a little embarrassed. Poseidon had been talking big just now, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Jiang Shao. But now, The battle had only started for a few seconds, and Poseidon had already been slashed by Jiang Shao twice. Swoosh, Poseidon reappeared at the edge of the forest in the distance. A thick mist spread out. Diamond, phantom sea fog, summons fog in an area. Feels everything in the fog while hiding in it. Large amounts of thick fog spread out with Poseidon at the center. Almost at the same time, layers of water droplets also drifted away. Diamond, chaos of the sea demon, condenses star power and fills the surroundings with star power water droplets. Disrupts and melts the enemy's star power. Jiang Shao humped coldly. At the same time, water droplets floated around his body. Poseidon was a little surprised. The giant scythe in his hand kept compressing, turning from a misty form into a giant platinum scythe. Platinum, tranquil sea weapon. No, that's not right. It should be a diamond. Nether sea artifact. Jiang Zhao's expression froze. Only then did he realize that the mist emitted from Poseidon's body was not the netherworld mist of the netherworld lord, but the netherworld illusory mist of the netherworld ghost warrior. It was obvious that Poseidon's life, aura, and astral power did not disappear into the mist. There was no way he could hide. In Jiang Zhao's field tear domain, as the fog spread, he could see many ghostly figures, one after another, of Poseidon's. It was confirmed. It was indeed the serene, sea, illusory mist. The phantom sea fog had two functions. Firstly, if the platinum phantom ocean device was summoned in the area, the phantom ocean device would automatically be upgraded by 1 grade. Secondly, the user could summon doppelgangers in the illusory mist. Most importantly, the number of doppelgangers was unlimited. Theoretically, Poseidon's doppelgangers could be filled up wherever the phantom sea fog floated past. Of course, the unlimited number of doppelgangers also had a major weakness, and that was that they could not use star techniques. Besides, their bodies were extremely fragile and would shatter upon contact. Jiang Zhao's field tear domain was mixed with water droplets from the purifying tear domain to purify all the negative effects brought about by the chaos of the sea demons. Hey, Poseidon swung the giant scythe fiercely, and at the next moment, 3 rapidly rotating stars spiraled and formed a mysterious shockwave that rushed towards Jiang Shao. Star. Dead Sea Burst. It was a star technique that Jiang Shao had never seen or even heard of before, because the owner of the star technique was the Dead Sea Vassals, who were also the undersea giants who ascended from the undersea city altar. The Dead Sea clan had long disappeared, be it in human society or in the foreign spheres. Due to the fact that he did not know the special effects of the star technique, Jiang Shao dared not be careless and quickly dodged. Almost at the same time, a figure in the fog appeared beside Jiang Shao, holding a giant scythe that had been compressed into a platinum color and slashed at Jiang Shao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 stars spiraled around each other, unleashing death explosion after death explosion. This shooting speed, go to hell. In the distance, Poseidon, who was standing in the fog, frantically waved his scythe and bombarded Jiang Shao. In the layers of fog, there would be 3 dazzling stars revolving around Jiang Shao wherever he passed. The scythe in Poseidon's hand danced and seemed to be getting more and more powerful. However, his expression was getting more and more sullen. It was because a mocking voice came from the fog. That's it. That's it. That's it. Poseidon's expression was extremely sullen as he frantically swung his giant scythe. Ever since Jiang Zhao's mocking words, Poseidon's scythe began to produce waves of star power. Poseidon yelled angrily, "Hide, little bastard! Hide properly!" Huff! The spiraling stars shot out at an extremely fast speed, coupled with the vortex beneath his feet and the fog clones that were everywhere. All of a sudden, a man-made natural disaster appeared on Gaia's palm. As for Jiang Shao, he was like a small boat in a storm. No matter how the waves rose and fell, the wind and rain hit, the boat would not capsize. With Jiang Zhao's combat skills, his current physical fitness, his understanding of the battlefield, and the help of the tier domain, How could he possibly capsize? In the fog, there were many phantoms. In the fog, Jiang Zhao's figure was even more numerous. On the mountain peak, a pair of huge eyes silently looked at her palm, watching the two people fighting to the death. For some reason, there was a hint of disappointment in her bright eyes. In her palm, the stone statue of the goddess also let out a sound that sounded like rubbing stones. Poseidon, apart from the high-quality star techniques from back then, you have nothing else to show. You're only left with an empty reputation. Maybe you should give him your code name. Shut up, Poseidon hollered. It seemed that, compared to Jiang Zhao's sarcasm, Gaia's voice seemed to infuriate Poseidon more. Jiang Zhao was a little dumbfounded. This Gaia, Jiang Zhao, had only seen her for less than 10 minutes, but he had already seen 3 of her faces. The first face was the eyes from the majestic mountain peak. They were clear, bright, kind, and really like the mother of all things on earth. The second face was when Gaia slaughtered Catherine. Under that sudden attack, it was her gaze of extreme hatred. She really did not have any warning signs when she killed people. She was decisive and ruthless, not giving the other party any room to resist. The third face was none other than Gaia. She was like a ruler, a dominator, a high and mighty god who was extremely disappointed in her subjects. Or rather, she was disappointed in her old teammates. Why would Jiang Zhao care about that? Sir, times have changed. It's no longer 60 years ago when you dominated everything and commanded the wind and rain. Maybe after being isolated for so many years, you're still immersed in the glory of the past. Coincidentally, Sparta had the same mentality, but he had now become a mecca. Troy was in awe and fear, which also caused Troy some trouble for Jiang Zhao. However, that was all. That's it. Jiang Zhao's slightly gloomy voice suddenly sounded from above Poseidon's head. A cloud of steam rose and sizzled. The scorching sun blade slashed down from above. Bang! Poseidon was once again smashed into water droplets. Wherever the scorching sun blade passed, even the water vapor became terrifyingly hot. High up in the sky, water droplets pieced together. Poseidon, wearing a tattered fisherman's hat, silently looked down at the fog that had yet to dissipate. Without Poseidon's continuous casting, the thick fog dissipated in an instant. All the clones lost control and shattered into fog, blending into the surrounding environment. Jiang Zhao looked up at Poseidon, who was standing in the air, and said, "Sir, I can't feel your desire for freedom. Please use more strength." Gaia was speechless. This kid, is he that vicious? What level of trash talk is this? This was the first time in decades. This was the first time Gaia could not help but laugh. The laughter here was, of course, the laughter of the real body. So, in an instant, the ground shook. Above, on the majestic mountain peak, the bottom of the pair of huge eyes suddenly tore open, revealing the shape of a mouth. The thick snow covering the mountain was accompanied by the rolling of boulders, and the rumbling sounds were endless. Even her palm trembled slightly. Jiang Zhao hurriedly floated up a few centimeters to avoid being affected by the earthquake. "Shut up, you son of a b***tch. Poseidon cursed and dashed towards Jiang Zhao with water droplets floating around him. The giant scythe in his hand suddenly changed from compressed fog scythe to a pure blue scythe made of star power. Jiang Zhao shrugged and said, "The earth raised me. That's my mother." Gaia's smile froze. What? There's nothing wrong with what he said, but why does it sound a little strange? Extreme one-for-one exchange? Jiang Zhao picked up the scorching sunblade and looked at Poseidon rushing towards him. Of course, as an earthling, the sea is also my mother. One-for-one exchange? No, that's a one-for-two exchange. You're treating a thief as your mother. You might not lose out, but I'll definitely make a killing. Die! Poseidon slashed down with his scythe, his voice filled with immense star power. The scythe was not only a physical attack, but also a vortex of star power. He even used a sound wave star technique. Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, threw the giant sword out of his hand. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared in midair beside Poseidon and lashed out with his leg. Poseidon subconsciously turned around to block it. Almost at the same time, the giant sword that Jiang Shao had thrown out from the ground had already flown towards Poseidon. Bang! The water body shattered again. Poseidon covered his head with one hand and murmured in pain as he looked at Jiang Shao with a twisted expression. This was the first time he had approached Jiang Shao with his real body. However, the moment he approached Jiang Shao, his body was already covered in tears of sorrow. Jiang Shao could be said to be covered in poison. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Your code name is Poseidon. Why are you afraid of water?" Whoosh! 3 Poseidons suddenly appeared beside Jiang Shao. Each of them was holding a giant scythe in their hands as they charged towards Jiang Shao from 3 different angles. Clearly, it was a star technique that could summon avatars and would not be affected by the emotional impact of tears of sorrow. The frozen water droplets around Jiang Shao quickly gathered and formed a water droplet, heavenly halberd that was compressed to the extreme in Jiang Zhao's hands. A flick, a swipe, a stab. In a short moment, the 2 Poseidons collided with each other. In the end, the Poseidon's chest was pierced by Jiang Zhao's halberd. Bang! 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 The 3 avatars instantly turned into water droplets that scattered all over the sky. Jiang Shao held the heavenly halberd behind his back and stood in the air. He ignored the ferocious Poseidon. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the huge eye embedded in the majestic mountain peak. Is that enough? Am I qualified to be Hopkins' enemy? Below, the stone goddess said, as a young star warrior, not bad. But to be Hopkins' enemy, not enough, far from enough. Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded silently. With a wave of his hand, a portal was opened beside him. Behind the portal, Jiang Shao, the decoy, walked out. He spread his hands and seemed to be holding something. At the next moment, countless gravel appeared out of thin air. Diamond King Broken Hoop. On Gaia's palm, the area where Jiang Shao and Poseidon were fighting was instantly sealed by the King Broken Hoop. Jiang Shao said, "I'll take action then." Above him, the huge pair of eyes stared at the other Jiang Shao silently, seemingly thinking about something. Poseidon suddenly roared in the distance. See burning sound, clear head, and clear eyes. He grabbed his head with one hand, or to be exact, the old fisherman's hat. He glared at Jiang Shao with a menacing gaze. "Do you think you can kill me?" Jiang Shao nodded. "I need her help. I need to prove myself to her. And you want your freedom, don't you?" A sickle star map suddenly appeared on Poseidon's chest and shone brightly. All of a sudden, countless giant sickles made of star power appeared around his body and spread out. Poseidon's face was so sullen that it seemed as if it could condense water. His voice was even more terrifying. "You can kill me." Of course, Poseidon knew what the King Broken Hoop meant. After his star techniques, such as teleportation and teleportation, were sealed, his life was his fate. The water droplet sky halberd in Jiang Zhao's hand shattered, and he pulled out another scorching sunblade from his chest. "Yes, I'm going to kill you." Jiang Shao looked at Poseidon from afar and said in a deep voice, "Even if Hopkins comes today, he won't be able to save you." "I said it. Do you think—" Bang! Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand, and Poseidon's expression changed. He did not know what star technique this was, but with the absolute confidence of the double star martial arts. Endless Star Scythe, Poseidon willed it, and countless giant scythes formed a huge spherical shield. The densely packed star power magic scythe protected Poseidon layer by layer, leaving only a small gap between his eyes. He stared at Jiang Shao. Poseidon was absolutely confident, as if he could withstand all attacks in the world. However, to Poseidon's astonishment, his body froze. He could not move at all. Scorching sun, sound of silence. The densely packed star power magic scythe disappeared without a trace in an instant. He felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The blood in Poseidon's body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could not make a sound. Poseidon was dumbfounded, and so was Gaia. This young man, he's not a melee fighter. He's actually a rules awakened. This is silence. We've been fighting for an entire round. How dare you tell me that this young star warrior is a rules awakened? Bei Jiang Shao suddenly lit up a star map. It was a holy, pure white cross star map. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's main body flickered and appeared. Poseidon was dumbfounded. Screech. The blade penetrated his flesh. The scorching sun blade pierced through Poseidon's chest. Poseidon stared blankly in front of him as blood flowed freely from the corner of his mouth. In the scorching sun, sound of silence, Poseidon did not have the right to move or speak. There were too many doubts in Poseidon's heart. Why? Why was this young man able to flicker in the broken king hoop? Why? Why was he not affected in the slightest when he entered the sound of silence? Why Jiang Zhao's face approached with a whoosh. His young, harmless face suddenly transformed into a wrinkled old face. Hopkins. Poseidon's eyes widened. As far as the sound of silence allowed, this was probably the biggest movement he could make. Hopkins's old face flashed and then changed back to Jiang Zhao's face. Jiang Zhao smirked and winked at the shocked Poseidon in front of him. He stood in the sound of silence and whispered to Poseidon, "He can't save you either." I said it. Why? Poseidon's mind was only left with why. Poseidon's vision gradually became blurry as his life force rapidly drained away. Jiang Zhao lifted Poseidon's body and threw him to the side with the giant blade. With a wave of his arm, a space door opened beside him. At the same time, Jiang Zhao threw out Bell and chased after Poseidon into the space door. Behind the portal, Jiang Zhao stuck one hand into Poseidon's chest, where the scorching sunblade had pierced through. His body lit up with the sea-devouring star map. At the same time, Bell landed on Poseidon's body. His body was healing, but there was a distorted face on top of Poseidon's head that was screaming silently. It was pulled out by the sea-devouring soul cloak. Gaia was dumbfounded. What's going on? Medical star technique. He's not a rules awakened. Damn it, he's a medical star warrior. In just 1 second, Gaia felt like he was on a roller coaster while Poseidon. Yeah, he was on a roller coaster too. However, Poseidon did not fasten his seatbelt and was thrown out by the roller coaster. He fell to his death. Behind him, the decoy Jiang Zhao put away the broken king hoop and appeared beside the space door in a flash. He raised his head and smiled at the huge, beautiful eyes that were embedded in the mountain peak. He raised his right hand and slowly placed it on his lower abdomen. He bowed slightly and walked back into the space door of the Calamity World. He looked like he was taking a curtain call. It was perfect. I'm looking for some tickets for the 5,200-word chapter. Also, welcome to the official Weibo and WeChat accounts. Their names are Education for Writing, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.